Welcome to Analytics with Nags. This is another video in the end-to-end series where I'm going to talk about SQL Server Integration Service. This is the complete course related to SQL Server Integration Service, which is part of MSBI, Microsoft BI platform, where we are going to discuss a lot of things about ETLs, extract, transform, and load, and how the data movement is going to happen, and how this SQL Server integration tool helps in building a data warehouse process as well. So with this note, let us begin. What are the topics you will learn as part of this video? We'll start with introduction and moving on to how to install SQL Server integration services. Like you need to have a data tools, how to install that. Then explore the different components in SSIS. Then moving on to what is control flow, data flows, a real SSIS transformation. Basically, like when you build a ETL, the transformation part is a tricky one. You cannot generate the report as such with the raw data. You need to blend it and transform it. This is the core part of SSIS. I mean to say heart of SSIS. You will learn all these small topics which contributes the major part of transformations. Then moving on to control flow task. What is those tasks like precedence constraint, looping task, all other stuffs. Once we are done with basic or core components of these are fundamentals or basics, right? Once we are done with that, then we will learn about variables and expressions, then some kind of event handlers, some kind of advanced topics, then controlling overall packages, parent child packages. Then you will also learn about blocking, non-blocking, semi-blocking. These are kind of interview topics, so that will be really useful. You will use any of the transformations at task, but mostly it is often asked in the interviews. Then if there is any performance glitches, how you can overcome from that, so those topics I will also cover it. Then finally we will have SSIS catalog, and last thing is about SQL Server agent, like scheduling jobs. Basically this is like till this 12 points you are in SSIS, and these two are separate tools. Like you will store the packages, whatever you have developed, you will store it in SQL Server catalog, and from there you will manage it. Then finally you have another tool like SQL Server agent that is used to schedule or run your jobs regularly. So these are the topics you are going to learn as part of this video. I hope you will enjoy this content. The Analytics with Nags channel contains the free content worth $1,000 or rupees 75,000 worth. And what are the topics you can learn from this channel? The most demanding Power BI, which contains 175 plus videos and a lot more to come. And this channel contains MSBI, SSIS and SSIS, SSRS, which is nothing but a Power BI paginated reports that will be available soon. Right now we have SSIS and SSIS, and also you can learn SQL Server. And a lot of people who learn from this channel are new to the data analytics field, or they want to transition into this field. For them we have created dedicated playlist for career guidance and interview topics. So please utilize this and share this channel with your friends and colleagues and let them grow.
Welcome to SQL Server Integration Service introduction video, and this is about knowing what is SSIS and in what scenarios or what is the purpose we need to use this particular tool. Let us explore it in this video. So it is SQL Server Integration Service or SSIS. Both are commonly used across the industry, and it is basically a ETL tool. So ETL stands for extract, transform and load. So we have different data sources. You need to extract it and you need to do certain transformation before loading it. That is what the purpose of this tool. So when it will be used, or most of the organizations use this tool when they have a data warehousing in place. So if an organization having data warehouse, they need to have ETL tool. It may not be a SSIS, it can be any other ETL tool like Informatica or Teradata. There are a lot of other ETL tools available in the market, but this is one of the ETL tool, and it is used to implement widely for data warehousing projects. You also, it's used for data migration projects as well, like the existing applications. The backend will be Oracle, and the new age applications they want to build it, whose database can be in the SQL server. So they want to move this data from one database to another, or from different one server to another service as well. So these kind of data migration projects also people will use SSIS. And finally, last but not least, like database maintenance activities. Like sometimes we need to rebuild the indexes and clean up some of the temporary tables. And also in the folder level, you need to do certain kind of cleaning process. So those kind of automation can also be achieved using SSIS. So let us talk about the BI architecture, and we'll try to understand where this SSIS plays the role, right? So this is the sources, different OLTP sources, and the data preparation, whatever you are seeing here, the second layer is called your data warehousing layer, where you have two different phases. One is staging and your data warehouse. There will be some other databases like DQS and MDS. Most of the companies using it. Some of them are not using it. It depends. That is fine. But what the role of SSIS here? As I said before, whenever you have a data warehousing projects, you will use some ETL tools. Here it is SSIS solves that purpose. Like you need to take this data and store it here. That is moving here data. It's not a moving, it can be a copying. I should not say moving. Moving means we will delete and load it here. It's not moving. You want to copy the data from one place to another place, right? Then you will use this tool, right? That is the main purpose. So once you load it here, and you will build your fact and dimensions in data warehouse. For that population also you will use SSIS, and DQS to MDS also you will need to move here staging or either data warehouse. It depends upon the architecture. So everywhere, whenever there is a data movement, you will use it. Even here it will be used like SSIS processing task, but it is very small part of SSIS, like 5% of it. Once you deploy it in SSIS, then you will do regular processing. Those kind of stuffs you can use it. So as I said before, it will be used for data migration, but the 80% of the organization use SSIS for data warehousing projects. That is why I'm trying to explain the BI architecture or data warehouse architecture. So in this session, we're going to see about data tools, the real or required software to install SSIS. I mean, if you want to work with SQL Server integrations service, the software we need to install is nothing but data tools. Let us try to understand what is this data tools better in terms of architecture. We know about this architecture, like we have data sources, and you need to build a data warehouse, then you can build a cubes, reporting, and then you are having a presentation layer, right? So you see here data tools which spreads across all these two areas, even the reporting, right? The ETL layer, I mean the data warehousing, and you can build the cubes, and then you have SSRS as well. So I didn't mention SSRS here, but it is part of this data tools, right? So what is this data tools? It's basically a business intelligence development studio. You can call it like that, where you can able to create all BI related projects. So I'm going to show it in this session. At the end of the session, you will see that one, how the data tiles look like. And using data tiles, you can create SSIS project, SSAS project to create cubes, then SSRS project to create a reporting RDL file or report definition file. So these three tool, it together combines, we call it as MSBI, Microsoft Business Intelligence. So data tools gives a provision to implement these projects. So if you want to do some ETL, then you choose SSIS project. Then if you want to go for building a cube, then you need to choose SSAS. Then for reporting, SSRS. This is what it is. So this is a combination of all these three combination tools together called as SQL Server Data Tools. So how to install it? So this is what I said. So data tools used to create SSIS projects, and it should be part of Visual Studio. I think they have recently have. I mean, if you have Visual Studio 2019 and 17, you can choose the Visual Studio installer, and then you can go through the steps of install. What are the different steps to install? I mean, I will show it in this demo. Then you do not want to overload your system, so you can install it as a standalone. So if you already have Visual Studio, you can add on. But if you do not have Visual Studio, you want to work only on data rules, you can still go for standalone installment. Let us try to see how to download it, and once you download, then how to launch and navigate to the data tools. Let's see in this. For that, as usual, we go to Google, then use SQL Server Data Tools. Search like this, SQL Server Data Tools. Then go to the first link that you have got. So here are this list of steps. So if you already have a Visual Studio 2019, then you can go for Visual Studio installer. In that, you can choose the option over here, data storage and processing. Here you choose SQL Server Data Tools. Similarly, in 2017, if you already have Visual Studio, same thing looks like this: data storage and processing, then data storage processing option, data tools. If you do not wish to have overloaded, then install the standalone installer, right? If you scroll through it, you can download this one, the standalone, only the data tools part. Then once you download it, it will be around 900 MB as of now. And once you install it, double click, then you can get these options like Microsoft SQL Server Data Tools. Choose all these options. Since these are together, you can going to work, right? This entire session is going to be SQL Server Integration Service, but knowing SSAS, SSRS will help you definitely have added advantage. So once you install it, then let us connect again. So I already installed it. So over here, so you can see, I just type it as SSDT. There you can see Visual Studio 2017 over here. Once you installed, you can launch it clicking on it. Let it launch. So it will look like that. Maybe when you launch it first time, it will prompt you different things. So go to new project. So as I said before, if you can see here, you can see multiple options here: analysis service, reporting service, and business intelligence. So under business intelligence, you can have integration service. So all these three things, this is SSIS project, then this is SSAS project, this is SSRS project. So all these three things you can do it in data tools. For now, we will go for integration service. That is our main agenda here. So let us go for it now. So let me save this one over here as a project. Let me rename it as projects, then save it here. This is fine. I will put it as SSIS intro. This is my project name, and once you click on this, it will create one more directory with this name and a solution file. Okay, so just clicking on OK. So this is what your SSIS package will look like. And left hand side you have SSIS toolbox. Here is the center part, the package.ttxx design mode, where you will use different tasks to design your control flows. Then you can navigate to the data flows, define the source and target to move around it. Then you can see here the different types of folder available here. This is basically the solution file or project file. This is the solution file, this is the project. Okay, underneath you have SSIS package. You can have multiple packages. We will try to understand it little bit better in our upcoming sessions. In this session we are going to see like what are the different components of SSIS project. So we have installed SSIS, I mean data tools, and then we created one new project. So after launching the SSIS project, we need to understand the different components so that our development process will be very simple as that. Let us try to explore it in this video. If you are new to this channel, hit the subscribe button and press the bell icon for the notification. So now we have launched the SSIS project that is newly created. So let me go through each and every thing over here one by one. So on your left hand side you can see the different toolbars. As the name indicates, this is where you will do all your ETL process or your regular automation process. Everything is available over here, right? So the ETL process can be done in using the data flow task, and your regular activities like taking backup of a database or moving files, archiving files. These things can be done by your control flow task that is available over here. So this is what, let me explain it much better in upcoming videos. But the different tasks that you can perform using SSIS are available here. Then coming to here, what are this? So let us understand this hierarchy first. So basically this is your solution file. Solution file is can contain multiple projects. Like over here, this is the solution file. This is one of the project. Similar to this, I can have another project attached to this solution file. So the solution file sits on top of your project file. Where you can find, just go to here and open file folder in the file explorer. You can find it here. You can see here over here, that is, this is the file just away from outside your actual project. It will be appearing. This just contains list of file names. Even if you can go and open with some notepad, you can see the connection. It is nothing but it will contain these projects. Okay, so let us go again. So solution file is hierarchy at the top. It can contain multiple projects, and next to it is your project, the actual SSIS project. Okay, so where you can find in the folder structure over here. So you can see DT project. So this is started with the data transformation extension, and now it is called as DT project. So you can see here, this is the project over here which is appearing for you. And under the project you can see here a lot of other things: project parameters, connection managers. All these things comes next to your project, I mean below your project. So let us take this one. So under this you have SSIS project. So each project can contain multiple packages where you can define any of the tasks. So this package, say for example, one of the example of loading an employee. So it depends upon how you organize the things. So here in this package you can contain the loading of employee, and another package you can write loading of product. Or in the same package, in the same package itself, you can write loading of employee here, and next to this you can write product. So it depends upon how you manage the things. So the hierarchy comes like this: solution, project. Under this you have packages. So packages, you can write the real logic over here. Let us come back over here. Then something like miscellaneous, or something like, if you do not have something related to SSIS project, you can keep it here. Say for example, you want to add some images or something, you want to store it as reference. If it is not part of any of the SSIS, the DTSX stands for data transformation service extension, and if I remove that extension, you see here it will go and sit here, right? So whatever is miscellaneous, something wrongly you added, that will go and sit here. So this is just for your understanding. This is not much thing to focus on, forget about it. So basically this is what you need to understand. You have your packages, solution, project, packages. There comes a connection manager, right? So what is a connection manager? We will see, like, connection is like when you want to do some kind of transformation. Say for example, you want to move data from Oracle database to SQL Server database. So Oracle, not to connect to Oracle, you need to have Oracle connection manager created. That is a connection string created to the Oracle. That is connection one. You need to load into SQL Server. For that, you need to create the another connection. So this is what the connection manager is all about. That is your source and target. You need to create a connection. Then you need to apply the logic over here, and you have control flow and data flows that we will see it in upcoming sessions. In this session, we're going to see what is control flow in SSIS. Let's see it in a demo. If you see here, we are familiar with this window now. What is all these things? Here you can do the actual design of it, and this is the connection manager, and this is the package. So whenever you want to create a new package, initially it will be only one when you open a new project, and when you click on a new project, you can have a package here. So this is your package, and it all starts with the control flow. So what is a control flow? So control flow is nothing but it controls the flow of execution. It is self-explanatory. Like, let us try to understand this. So you see here, this is a simple control flow logic, what it does. So this is nothing but your execute SQL task, and this is your data flow task, and this is your again a data flow task, and this is your call execute process task. So these are different tasks in your control flows. When you go to control flow, you see these are the different tasks. Okay, now what happens, like what it indicates is like, when this task is completed and if it is success, go to this path, and if it is failure, go to this path and load into a, I mean to say load into a error log. So this is what you are controlling the flow of executions, right? You, after this you do this, after this you do this. If you want to do it parallelly, like this has to execute and this also to be executed parallelly, you see here this has to be executed parallelly, then you leave it like this. So you are controlling the execution process, right? This is what basically a control flow is. And what are the different tasks you can perform? All these tasks you can perform it here. Let us try to explore it one by one when we see the detail about control flows. Now for quick demonstration, I mean to say, to understand it better, now we are in control flow now, and you have a data flow task. So data flow task we are going to see in the next session. And in the data flow task, what we are going to do is like we move the actual movement of data from one database to another database. It can be a file to database. Okay, that is what a data flow is. So data flow task is one of the tasks in control flow. And you see the toolbox here. Now we are in control flow. When you go inside the data flow task, you see immediately all the tasks transformed. I mean, the new things came up. All these things are nothing but your source, destination, and transformations. So inside data flows you have source, destination, and transformations, whereas in control flows you have only the task that can be controlled, the flow of execution. You do this, then if it is failed you do this, if it is not failed, succeed, you go to this. This is what a control flow is. Let us try to explore the data flow first, then we will see about control flow. In this session, we're going to see what is data flows in SSIS, and we're going to demonstrate two scenarios. One is loading a file from, simple file into a database, and moving a data from database to another database. Let us try to explore it in this video. So we are in SSIS package, right? We have a SSIS package now, package 1. So this first step is to use data flow task here. So this is your primary step. In the control flow, we are going to use data flow task. You can expand it. These tasks we will see it later, but for now it is data flow task. Drag and drop, everything is drag and drop. As I said before, in order to do a data transformation or data movement, you need to have a connection string. So the first scenario is like loading a data from file into a database. I need to create connection to a file. Then I need to create a connection to the database as well. So I have two files here, like over here. Source, let us try to take this particular file. What is this name? So I have the customer ID, name, and short name, and I have these names over here, right? So these are this is simple two records. I just want to load it in SSIS. How to do it? Let us try to do it. So first we need to create a connection string here. Right click, flat file connection. It can be, if it is Excel, you need to choose Excel. In my case, it is in CSV. Use flat file connection. Give a proper name, customer file. Then just browse to this particular folder and point to this particular file. This is fine. And there are a lot of other parameters as well. You need to choose appropriately. We will come to it a little later. For as this is our first task, we'll skip this one as such. I will just want to highlight column names in the first data row. So if this CSV contains a column name in the first data row, then you can go for it. Otherwise, you can skip it, right? So if we are unchecking, you see this customer ID name is basically the column name. that will also appear as a data. So in order to make it as first row, you need to check this one. And also there is an option to rows to skip. There are sometimes you may have a data in your source, like some headers, right? I mean, this is the customer data and reported on, something like that. Some text will be like prior to this. So in order to avoid such things, I mean skip those rows, you can use these options. Okay, so these are the certain things so I want to highlight for now. Then you can see when you click on the columns whether it has read properly or not. Okay, that is what you can see it here. And you have a row delimiter and column delimiter. So in the CSV we didn't specify anything, we choose the CSV, but SSIS has picked up correctly, right? This is the customer name. How it picked up? It's based on the delimiter, right? So if you have a different delimiter like semicolon, it will not pick up anything. You see, everything will be available in the same column. So you have delimiter, I mean this data contains data as a comma. Okay, that is why you need to choose this comma and do the refresh. It will read accordingly, right? Each column it has identified based on the column delimiter. This is what about this particular tab. Then you can change the data types here. For now we will leave it. This is as yeah, we already seen, just a preview of it. Just click close. So now we have created a connection string for the customer file. We also need to create the connection string for the database. Let me show the database here. So I'm going to use SSIS demo database, where this is created newly for this purpose. Now you do not have any tables here. I can expand the tables. There is no tables here. We will create a table from the SSIS itself and load it here. That is what we are going to do. So now in order to create the table, I mean if the table already exists or the database we need to create, right? I mean to say the file connection, it is specific to the single file. In case of databases, the tables, you should not create a connection string for the table. Instead, you need to create a connection string for the database. So in you for a single database, single connection. So you can access any of the tables inside that database. That is the concept. So let us try to create. Either you can go for OLEDB or ADO.NET. For simplicity, I will go for OLEDB now. So server name, I put dot since I have local. So choose your server name accordingly here. Okay. So let me get this if you want. This is my server name. I can put it here, then choose the database SSIS demo. Okay, test connection, text connection succeeded. So you have created the connection string that is for my laptop. This is my connection string for the SSIS demo database. So we are fine with this step. Now in order to load into read from file into database, so I came inside the data flow task. So now we are in control flow. Click on the data flow task. So we are in data flow task. Okay, you can rename it if you want. Just rename it as load CSV file into DB, just for our understanding. Double click on it. Now you can see the data flow task. Now inside data flow task, what you need to do, as the data flow task is meant for actual ETL, it actually does your ETL. So it is the heart of SSIS. Data flow is your heart of SSIS, since it will extract, transform it, and load it. So where it will extract? It will extract from the sources. So the different types of connection string you created, these are different types of connection. Based on that, you need to choose appropriate source. So in our case, flat file is our source. Choose the flat file source here. Then your destination is going to be your OLEDB, right? Here we created OLEDB. So choose OLEDB connection. This is how you need to start. Then So this is the flat file source, and so here what you are defining, you are designing, you are going to read from the source and then load it into a database, right? This is what you are doing. For that, you already created the connection string. This is good. So let us choose this one. If you have multiple files, it will automatically prompt. You have only one file here, file connection, so automatically it came. Just see it, everything is fine. You can see the column name only here. You cannot see the data. I think you can see the data by previewing here. Okay, so here you can skip some of the columns if you do not want. Okay, then choose OK. Okay, until you choose OK, it will not prompt. So this is cust source or cust source file, something like that. Then you need to point it here. Okay, this is the flow. Okay, from here to here. This is what you are saying. Now click on it. Now you can see here you are prompted for a connection. Then you need to choose a table in the database. If the table already exists, then you can go and create, but I'm going to do here as a new. So how it does it, this is very beautiful feature, like from the source it will pick up this column name and the data types, and it will suggest you one table. So if you click on OK, it will create with this table name. Instead you can choose customer info. Okay, so it will give you the script, proper script. So I do not want to this data type, then you can change it here. For now, for simplicity, let us keep it here as such. Click on OK. Now you need to do the mapping. What is this? This is your source that came from the source, and this is available columns in my target. So this column should be loaded here. This column should be loaded here. Okay, that is what you are doing here. Either you can do it like this, or you can choose here, or you can ignore it. Okay, this is what the actual data flow is. Now once you click on it, load into DB. That's it. So you are done with your design of your first data flow. Let us try to run it and load the data into our database. Now you didn't run it. Now you go and see in your database whether the table is exists. That table should be created. It is not created at the runtime. As soon as you press enter, now you see this table is created. Okay, now when you press select star from top, 1000 star from here, there is no data. Okay, you see here. Um, the data is empty because only the table is created. The data is not loaded since our package is not run. Okay, so some people confuse, like only during the runtime the table will create. No, when as soon as you press on OK, here the table will be created there. So how to execute it? So either if it is a single task, you can go and do it as execute task, or you can do it in execute package. Both the way you can do it. Let us try to run the package by right clicking the task, execute task. So it will be too quick. Let us go and see inside. You can see number of rows it has passed. The 2 rows it has been passed here. You can see in the diagrammatic view that is over here. Let me zoom out. So from here it has read 2 rows. Then it is loaded here. The execution is success. And we will go and see it here. Let us see it here. So we already loaded the data here since we have executed it. So this is what we achieved now is a process one, I mean step one, right? So from the file we have loaded into database. So the scenario 2 is like after loading into a database, we need to load again into another database, right? So let us go for a scenario here. In this case, this is the table we have created. From here, I will create it from a Naga store. Here, I want to store the customer data. For that, either I can create the table from the SSIS, or I can pre-create the table in the target, then I can load it. So I'm following the second approach. I will pre-create the table in the target. This is the best approach actually. So you can have a control of control of creating the data types. You can modify it, constraints, primary keys, everything you can create it here. This is the best practice. So now again in the Naga store, I'm creating the customer info. Now the second step is like I want to move the data from here into this database. So let us try to query it here. I have created already select star from customer info. I dragged it from here. That's fine. Now there is no data in the Naga store database, whereas you have data in um, the SSIS demo. Okay, you can see here SSIS demo, two records over here. So these two records I want to move in some other database. It can be in some other server as well, right? So this is my laptop. I do not have another server instance, so I'm loading from one database to another database. So here, what is the thing you need to do? Again, you need to go for another database. So whether you can do it after this, no, because when you have a destination, there won't be any other task you can do. Destination is the final step here. So for that, you need to come back here, load cust info into DB. Okay. So in this case, my OLDB source, okay, in this case, my OLDB is source. My source is my database. I'm over here. And I need to create connection string for my target. Target is my another database, right? Let me put that. Then go for Naga store. Test connection. Perfect. All right. Click OK. So my target is my source cust, okay, and OLDB. I need to choose destination here, load customer. Okay, now here what I need to choose, here you can see multiple options. So for SSIS it won't understand whether it's a source or target. You need to choose. So to refine what I'm trying to say, see, you are creating a connection. We are not saying it's for target or it's for a source, right? So in this SSIS demo, for this particular task, it acts as a destination. Whereas for this particular data flow task, this SSIS demo acts as the source. So connection strings are common for source and target. Okay, so you need to choose appropriately. That is what I want to highlight. Now again, here I will choose target as my Naga store. Here I already choose this table, created this table. Instead of creating new, I have chosen it because I have created it in the Naga store already. Now what you need to do? Now let us try to run it, the task alone. Now this also succeeded. Two rows moved. Now let us go to Naga store. Here we have run it already. This doesn't reply anything. Now the data is moved. You can see the results in the Naga store database. I hope you understand the basic core concepts behind the connection string, the task, data flow task, what is the source and what is the target, the different columns, everything together. Let us try to explore more in our upcoming sessions. In this session, we're going to see what are the different transformations in data flow task. So we are familiar with the ETL terminology, extract, transform, and load. And data flows, we can transform the data. So what are different transformations commonly used are basic transformations, or you can say simple transformations, and how it will be loaded into target. Let's see in this video. So this is not any category provided by Microsoft, but based on my work experience. So these are some of the basic transformations that we can focus on in this session, which are very simple to understand to kickstart in understanding the transformations. Let's see all this transformation in this demo. So let's try to launch our solution files over here. We are familiar with this solution file concept. Like all our projects can be stored, multiple projects can be stored in the solution file. So we are launching this solution file now. In this, let us try to create our package and try to execute it. So we have this package here that we already created in our previous session. Let's try to create a new package for this particular session, that is V6 transformation. So let us begin with understanding what we are going to achieve it or do it today. So basically we have one source here, source table, sales data dot source. From this table, we are going to move the data into our SSIS demo. There is no table exist here. So for that, we will try to populate or create this table in this SSIS demo. So SSIS demo is your target, Naga store is your source. Let's try to create this table here, and let us walk through what are the steps involved in moving this particular table and different transformations we can do it within this transformation, while moving the data. So OLDB source, because I have both are in database. So one is Naga store here. I'll go for it. Another thing is SSIS demo. I already created it, so that is why it's appearing. So let us try to create those who are watching it for the very first time. So you need to provide the server name. In my case, I'm putting dot, or you can get your server name by right clicking here and get your server name over here. Okay, that is what. So server name. Then you can choose your database here, that is SSIS demo. Then do the test connection. So you have created a connection string for your source as well as target. Now let us try to create the transformation. Before transformation, we need to move it, right? So for that, you need to go for data flow task, click on data flow task, you went inside. Now your source is going to be OLDB source, put that one here, and your target is going to be OLDB destination. Let us keep this one for now. So source is from Naga store. So just you can put that DB name or Naga store sales, something like that. Okay, you to demonstrate. So now you can see the multiple things. Either Naga store can be source or SS demo can be a source or target. Both the things can be used vice versa. So in this case, Naga store is source. Let's click on this. Okay, then you have sales data source. This is the thing. Now when you click on it, you will get the list of columns over here, and some of the columns I do not wish to populate in my target, so I can uncheck it. So this is to improve your performance, like profit and cost price, and I do not want a category. I think token number not required, status not required, session ID, customer name, all these things are not required. I want only these columns, so I can uncheck whichever column I do not wish to be loaded in my target. So click on it. Once you click on it, you can point it to the target, and in your target you can choose your target here, SSIS demo. Click on OK. Now here you can see the target tables. So once you choose the database, I mean the connection string, here you can choose the target table. Then click on mapping. You can see all the columns over here are mapped properly, because I know these columns are not required. That is why I removed it, and everything is in place. All the column names are same here. That is why you got it here. So what happens if instead of product name here you have item name? Let us try to do it. Okay, so I will drop this table. Otherwise, let us copy this table, and I will create a new table with sales data as target. Okay, something like that. And here I'm not using the product name. Instead, I'm going to keep the item name. Okay, let's click on OK. Now let's see, instead of loading this table, okay, I do not want this table. I want target table. When you click on it, now you can see the item name is not mapped. All the columns are mapped. Whereas in my previous case, like when you choose sales data, all columns are mapped properly. So you see the sales state from here mapped to here, receipt number, all, because the name, if your target name column, I mean target column name and your input column name matches, then exactly it will be mapped. It will be perfectly all right. Okay, so that is what I want to highlight. Let us try to load it in target table, not an issue. So now in this case, what you need to do, either you have two options, either you can drag and drop this one, the product name over here, or you can choose from here. Okay, so both the ways you can do it. So this is the one I want to highlight. Let's click on OK. Now what happens? Still there is an issue. Let's see what it is. By that time I can rename it SSIS demo target. This is my source, in target database. I'm keeping it like that. That is fine. Now it is saying the receipt number cannot convert between Unicode and non-Unicode. So this is where the important concept you need to understand. So SSIS by default it cannot convert its data type. Whatever your target data type is there, you need to convert it before if there is not match with the source. So let us try to see what is the data type of the receipt number in your target versus the source. So in your target you have nvarchar. So let us go and see in our source. Here you can see the receipt number, it is varchar. So what is the difference between the nvarchar and varchar? So I'm not going too technical. Basically varchar is the non-Unicode and nvarchar is the Unicode data type. So now let us try to convert it. In these cases, how you can check these things? So you can check, click on this line, that is a transformation flow. Here you can check the receipt number, DTSTR. Excuse me. So here the DTSTR stands for your varchar data type. In case of Unicode, it will be a WSTR. So you need to convert it that matches with your target. Okay. So here you need to do a transformation. For this, you're going to do the transformation like um, data conversion task. So in between you are transforming your data type of your column. This is one kind of transformation. So what columns needs to be transferred? I hope it is like all the textual characters like order name and item name, everything. So location, item name, order type, receipt number. These four columns to be converted. Okay, so once you choose this, there is an option to convert the data types. You see here, instead of for receipt number, you can choose Unicode string. For location, you can choose Unicode string. The same thing you need to repeat for how many columns you have. So this is the typical task of your ETL developer or whoever does the SSIS package. If it contains more than 50 columns, you need to analyze each and every column like this. So I'm just leaving this column as such, but you can always use the converted something like that. So what it actually does is like it actually create another column, duplicate columns. For you have four columns here. Let me show it to you. So here you choose here the metadata shows 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 columns, right? Whereas after this data conversion, four more columns are included. So 9 plus 13 columns. So basically your output contains 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 13. So these four columns are added along with your table results. What I'm trying to say. So now you are getting this records, right? There will be a new columns added in your result set. This is what you are doing. So instead of pointing these columns, the product name and your location, you need to point your new columns that have been created in your target. Let us try to do it. So let us try to remap it. I will go for converted receipt number and location, and then product name. Then finally, what else is there? That's it. I think order type also. That's it. So these four columns we converted. Now click on OK. Now this is absolutely fine. So this is fine, and with this we will try to load it. Let us try to check if further issue occurs. There you go. There is no issues. There are 8169 rows. All rows are loaded. Let us try to go and check in our source. So this is my sales source. I should not check it here. Let us go into target and let's try to query it from here. Select star from. This is a typical query that everyone familiar with. Let me choose here. Now there you go. The result set is fine. I mean, you can see the results here, the 8169 rows. But one problem to highlight here, what happened? See the warning it has given when you close here. So here it says truncation may occur in the conversion location. Basically, in the conversion location, you are getting the 50, right? The conversion location. The size of the data type is 50. But what happened to the target? What is the size? Can we check it? There is a mistake here. So you see only 5 characters are loaded. So Chennai, whose length is 9 characters, right? Chennai, not 7. So it is basically 7 characters, but in your target you have only 5 characters. So there is a truncation, only 5 characters are loaded. So there are 2 characters are skipped or truncated. This is what the warning it has given. So you need to, why I'm specific about this particular scenario is like you need to specifically check all the data types of each and individual column, then only your data will be properly transformed. So now you got two options. You need to reload it. There is no way that this data can be corrected at our end because we are not sure about it. So you need to alter the definition of this column, then reload it. Okay, that is what we are going to do. How to change it? Let us try to alter table, this one, and then alter location to 50. Let's try to keep it 50. Okay, alter column, I think the syntax I forgot. That's okay, absolutely fine. Now that's it. Okay, now when you reload it, okay, the existing data will still retain here. One way to do is like delete the rows from here, delete from the table over here from the database, or you can take this query, okay, take this query, you can put it in the control flow. So let me tell you about this later, but for now just focus on what I'm doing. So I can put this query over here. Okay, so I need to, what I'm doing, I will delete this record first, okay, delete the table, then load it. So this is how you need to automate it. Once you are keep loading this data, it will keep on adding the data. What I'm trying to say, if I'm not doing this exercise, okay, I'm deleting this again. Now when I running it, okay, you see the total number of records in this table in my target. Now select star from, okay, there are around 8169 records, right? 8169 records. So now I corrected the database definition. Now once again I need to go and choose the mapping here so that the proper error will go away. Now it has taken the updated metadata. Now when I run it again, what happened? Now you can see here the data got updated now, and the data got loaded. I mean the time again. So but the count is increasing. I do not want to see this. I want to delete it and then do it again. So I can do that automation by creating the execute SQL task over here. Okay, then you can write that command here. So this is a batch processing control flow task. It will not run row by row. Data flow task is row by row. I will tell you that later. So now, and I run together this package. Okay, it will delete the record first, okay, then it will load. So you, if you are now, you can check this count of this table, it will give you only 8169 because it is deleted and reloaded. So this is how you need to develop your package. For loading a single table, it should be truncate and load or delete and load. You need to do the control for task first, then focusing on here. So we have done one of the calculation here, like data conversion. Now in the same table, okay, let us try to see it. I do not want to load the entire say for example, I will create another column, short location name, the first three letters of the location to be loaded. For that, let me add a new column, that is location short, whose length is going to be, let us keep it as 5, that's fine. If you are having more length, there is no issues. I will say add column. So location short, I have added a new column. So what I want to do is like, I need to load this column, this is fine. I want to have first 3 characters of this column, right? So two ways you can do it. So either the order doesn't matter. I mean data conversion should be here, but in any of your transformation requires some conversion, then you can do it. So now what I'm saying is, in the same flow, I can add another transformation. Let me delete it for temporary now. So I need 3 letters of a column, right? So what I'm doing, I will keep this one here. Okay, let us have a column, the converted location. I want left of the location 3 characters. Okay, this is what. So here you get the 2 options. Either you can add this one as location short, okay, location short as a new column, or replace the location, replace the conversion location. So after this flow, you will get let us go for add as a new column location short. Okay, then replace means the converted location will get only the 3 letters character only. It will not have Chennai anymore. But here now what we'll have, the location converter location will have Chennai, and location short will have only 3 characters. Let us try to see that one. So now I've derived it. Now I can map it here once again, and you can see the data type of it is again the W Unicode N string. This is fine. Now you can map it again. So already we did the mapping that will be stored. Now for the location short, I will say location short. So the difference is there. So that's why it's coming like that. Now this is fine. So I have derived, in order to do some kind of calculation, one column multiplied by another column, and you want some kind of string functions, you need to apply some calculation, some kind of if condition, you need to use a derived column. This is the core part of your SSIS. So we have already seen this one. Now let us try to launch it, run it. So when I run only this package, now this particular task, I will get a duplicate. Let us go for it for now. Now you can see, go inside the same 8169 records. Now you can see the data. Let us see, let's start from here. Now this batch, there are 16,338. The first 8169 will not have any value. The next batch I have run will get a short key because it is amending one after the other. So I do not wish the old records to be there. Then you need to run it as a package right over here. Right click and execute as a package. Now it will delete and recreate. So you will have only the 8169 records and you will get only the location shot. This is the thing. So I told there are other transformations like some of the basic transformations over here, like copy column. What it does is like it will have a duplicate of another column. It will create multiple columns, like what it is. So basically I want receipt number to be duplicated. Okay, copy of receipt number. So what it will do is like it will have one more column in your output after this step. Now you can see till this step you will have only the receipt number column. Okay, now after this step you will have one more column. So this will be useful when you want to do some calculations not to be collapsed with the existing column. So when I click on this, give me a minute. Yes, so metadata. So you will get a copy of rips. Another column will be created after this output. So you want to see such a things, like you can add a data viewer here. Right click, enable data viewer, that you can see the temporary results while flowing. Okay, I will enable the data viewer here. Now let me run it. Okay, what I'm trying to say. So first data viewer will stop you and see able to see it. See receipt number, location, sales date. There is no copy of receipt number. Then click on play. Then the next data viewer is displayed. Now you can see the copy of receipt number. So this data viewer is very useful just for debugging purpose. You can stop. It will not load because now I went till this step. Okay, then I stopped it. So it's for very useful for your debugging options as well. This is fine. And one last thing what we want to see is like derived column, data conversion, copy, and character map. Okay, now I'm getting this see ban and Hyderabad, everything is as a Roman character, right. First letter is capitalized and another letters are small. I want everything to be small. I want everything to be capital. That will be very useful while you are using comparison. So in those cases you will go for character map. So let us try to have a character map. So I will go for the location chart. So what I want is like either here also you can have it as a new column or in place change. Okay, so it will replace that column. Okay, let us try to click on OK. So whatever you can do. Okay, I want everything to be upper. Let's click on OK and OK. Okay, fine. I hope the mapping will be already there. Now I want run together. I mean delete and recreate. So I have enabled the data viewer. Now it went through. Okay, that's fine. Now you can see the data over here, the target. There you go. So this has become everything capitalized. If you want all these columns to be small, that will be also possible. And one last thing about is like now everything is stored based on the source order. However, the order of the source or sales date. If I want to order based on some other column, like the all the based on the item number or based on the location, the Chennai, all Bangalore should come first, all Chennai should come next, like that. Then I need to go for a sort, right? So where is the sort? Let us try to check here. This is the sort. Okay, let's click on it, delete, then go for sort. There you go. So here also you need to do some kind of sort based on I said location. So let us go for location now, ascending. Now let me delete and redo it. I need to remove the data viewer, otherwise it is keep on doing like that. So now you can see all Bangalore came first and followed by Chennai and then finally the Hyderabad. So all these things are loaded based on the sort order. I hope you understand the basic concept behind the data flows and the transformations. You start with the source and you need to end up with the target, and in between you can do multiple transformations in the same flow. That is what you need to understand from this session. We're going to see two more transformations in data flows. That is multicast and conditional split. Without wasting time, let us jump into a demo. If you are new to this channel, hit the subscribe button and press the bell icon for the notification. We have a solution file here that we have did a lot of basic transformation in our previous session. Let us try to copy this. How to copy and go here and paste it. Let us try to rename it V7 transformations. Let us keep it like that, and this is fine. Or we can say it like multicast, and that is conditional split. Conditional. That's enough. Okay. Too much name. That is okay. Multicast. Multi underscore condition. This is fair enough. Okay, now we have this package, what we are going to do. So let us try to understand these two transformations. First, we'll start with multicast, right? So what is this? So we have now you can see this flow, the source and the target, right? We have one source and a target. Now what happens after doing all these transformations? You want to load it in another source, right? From this particular source, this is in one database, and the same logic whatever you implemented has to be loaded in another database also. So you no need to repeat the entire process. For that, just you can go and use the multicast. So what it does is like, it will whatever output or input it receives, it will create multiple outputs of it, right? So let us see. I will point this one to multicast here. Okay, then I will have output over here. Then I can have another target as well. So what target? It can be a same database or same table, or it can be another database, another table. Let us try to load in this database. I mean, the target we have loaded last time is SSIS demo. Let us try to get that table script and try to load it in another database. So in this case, I'm copying this script and I'm using the test database as a target. Okay, and create it here. Here you can see there is no data. Select star from here. Okay, the sales data is over here. Now you can see here the database. There is no connection string created for that database, right? Target database. So let us try to create it. Let us try to create a new dot test database. Then click on OK. Click on OK. OK over here. Test database. Now the target comes over here. The OLDB destination. There you go. Now, when I click on it, there will be list of options, three options. Where is your target? This target, test database. Click on it. Here it will list the table that recently now created, sales target. Now click on OK. So now you need to choose the columns here because as we know, the column data types are not matched. The converted order type that we have done it in our previous video. Location chart, yes, this is fine. Receipt number also converted, and product name, converted product name. This is absolutely fine. So this is target source 2. Okay, so you can have another also, right? The multicast is like one and many outputs it will give, many data flows it will initiate. It no need to be a target, right? Before the target, any of the flows in between any of this data flow, you can add this step so that one flow will have that particular logic, and here this flow will have the another logic. This is also possible using the multicast. So this is the main purpose of multicast. One input, the output, whatever it receives, it will be in many targets. One more interesting thing you need to understand is like when you click on it, this will not have multiple outputs. Like one is the proper output. What about this red is like a failure output. When there is some error happen in this step, this will be flown in this particular step. Here you can see when you click multiple blue outputs will be coming, but only one input. Any other transformation doesn't have this multiple blue output lines. This is what I want to highlight. This is the multicast. Okay, this is fine. What about the this one, our conditional split? Like I said over here, this multicast will run this data. I think we haven't run it. Let us try to run this one. Now one more careful thing you need to understand is like this execute SQL task trying to delete only the data at this particular database. So execute SQL task, only one database it is deleting. It is not deleting the another database table. Okay, for that you need to create another execute SQL task, because if it is from same database you can write another delete statement here. Okay, but it is from another database, you need to create another execute SQL task. What I'm trying to say, let us try to run this package now. Okay, now you can go and see here till this point the let us try to close this one. I cannot go it zoomer. Okay, fine. So you can see here the multicast 8161 rows. Here it has distributed to 8161 rows, two flows, right? This is what the intended output of multitask. Now you can go and check here. This is test database, and here it is the SSIS demo, both having a data, but here it is deleting and running, so it will have 8161. Here you see 8169 again. What happens if I run this flow once again, right? Now in SSIS demo, this database, like over here, this will have 8169 only because we are deleting and reloading 8169. Whereas here, the new database we have created, the table we have created, new database will increase this size to twice. That is 16318. So that is what I'm trying to highlight. So let us try to replicate it here. Here you need to choose test database, and sales target database is the same. Now you can merge it here. These things we will check it later. I mean the control flow of it. Now when you run it again, both the things will delete the respective databases or tables from different databases. Then this will load into two different databases. This is what I want to explain. Now if you go and see, it will not triple. Instead it will have only 8169 rows. Here again SSIS demo 8169 rows. This is how you can control the flow, and then you can respective objects you want to load. So what about the conditional split, right? Let us assume, like here in this flow, I do not want to load the all the data. I want to load only the Chennai data in my target. That is the newly created source in our newly created target. That is in this database. The test database. I do not wish to load all the data. I want to load only the Chennai data or Bangalore data. Let us go for Bangalore data. I want to load only Bangalore data. So how much row it is? So where Bangalore, sorry, not Bangalore. I need to put location equals, I'll take a copy of it. Okay, so let us have this count, that is 2725. Okay, only these rows to be loaded here. That is what I want. Just for your understanding, I put it here. So I remove that query 2725. So only 2725 rows should be loaded. You're not telling this 2725 rows. You are selling the logic like load only the Bangalore. Okay. So like that, conditional split conditions, you can write it here. So how you can write it? Using a conditional split. So in this flow, you are loading only the Bangalore data. That logic you need to write. So how you can write? This is similar to your derived column that we have seen before. So here you need to choose the location equals Bangalore. Okay. So whatever, this is case 1. You can write multiple cases. This will also give multiple outputs. Okay. So case 1, case 2. Let's see, you want to add, I think it's double equals to equals to equals to. You can write another case over here, like location equals Chennai. So you want to load Chennai in some other database and Bangalore in some other database. That is also possible here. So I have written Chennai and Bangalore. I want to use only the case 1. Case 2 and other things I will ignore it. So here when you use target, it will prompt you which case you want to load it here. I want to use case 1. Case 1 is nothing but your Bangalore. Click on OK. Now the mapping will be done automatically over here. So this conditional split, again, this can be used anywhere from your source to your targets. So basically once you are getting the data from your source, then you are splitting. Only this particular data had to be loaded. Based on some condition become true, that flow is chosen. You can have another flow also here. that is for Chennai, but for time being I'm not focusing on that. Excuse me. So let us try to load only the Bangalore data, that is case 1 here. Then let us try to execute it. Its success, now you can see only 2725, which is we have queried last time. It has been loaded in our target. Our target is nothing but your test database. Let us go and check it in test database. This is my target. Let us run it. 2725, only Bangalore data will be loaded. Whereas again, you can see in the SSIS demo, all the entire data will be loaded. So I hope you understand the concept behind the multicast and the conditional split. It is not necessarily you need to use here. From your flow, you can choose from, you can remove all these steps. You can add a conditional split here, one for Chennai here, one for Bangalore here in different databases. That is also fine. This is what a multicast and conditional split is all about. This session, we're going to see some more transformations in data flows. Let us see what are those. It is merge, union, merge join. So I have separated merge join from these two because these two are closely related, and in SQL terms, merge is nothing but a union operation. That union means you have two data sets and you are combining into a single data set. Union does the same, but in SQL terms, it retains the duplicate. Union will not retain the duplicate. But in case of SSIS, let us try to explore whether this does removing a duplicate or not. Union in SQL, right? And merge join is typically not related anything with this merge or union because it is like a joining your table. You have two tables, right? You are expanding the columns, not the rows. Sometimes the rows will also expand like left join or right join. But joining is expanding the columns. Merge and union is especially, I mean, it is for expanding the rows, right? Let us try to explore more in this demo. And this is mostly our widely used interview question as well. This is for your information. We are in SSIS now. We have merge and union all. Let's try to see the merge and union all first, then we'll go for merge join. So what we are going to do, I have three files. One, it's a customer file and three different files, right? Three different files, okay? So one thing I want to do is like, if it is like hundreds of files, I can loop through it. But if it is from different sources, this is for example I'm saying, people will always think about I can loop through. But this is example is like, consider this is from one source, this is from another source. It can be from database 1 and database 2. For simplicity, I'm keeping it in files, okay? So I need to merge or combine these two into a single result. So here you will get two records. Here you have three records. So 2 plus 3, 5 records I need to get even with this. Okay, 5 plus 2 is 7 records. So 7 records at the end I need to get. This is what union, combining the rows from different data sets into a single data set. This is what a merge and union all will do. Merge requires sorting of your data. Union all doesn't require. Let us see in this video. So let us try to create a connection string for all these three files. So as I said before, don't think it as a file. It can be any of the source databases as well. Oh, sorry, I put the name wrongly here. This is connection string is a cust1 file, and this is very simple to understand. Let's click OK. Then again, flat connection. What I did, let us delete it. It's flat file source or file connection. Let's go for flat file connection. That's absolutely fine. Cust1, once again doing it, bear with me. Let's click on columns, click on OK, then again go for flat file connection, then make it as cust2 and go for it, customer 2, columns, OK, then again you go for flat file connection, cust3 and browse the third file. Right, okay, now we are fine here. Now what we are going to do, we are going to do a data flow task, that is our favorite heart of SSIS. Then here we want to do a match, right? So it's as soon as you cannot do a match, you need to point to the source. What is your source? That is flat file source. Go for here, point to customer one, click on columns, click on OK. Then go to here, then click on, first we will start with two files, customer two, click on OK. Now you can see here the flat file to make avoid confusion, cust1, and let us rename it as cust2, right? So now you have source and target. I mean source from here, customer one, customer two. You are going to load it in, let us use our favorite SSIS demo. Here already we have a data here, customer info. Let's try to load it in SSIS demo database. I will delete from this table. This is my target. Okay, delete from customer info. Let's delete it. There you go. What happened? Oh, we are not in this master. Choose this SSIS demo. There you go. Okay, now there is no record. Once we load it, there will be a records. Okay, this is done. Our target is ready. So let us try to create a connection for the target. It is SSIS demo. Click on OK. Now I got a target here, and let us have that target here. Okay, now you can see when you put it from here, your input, the target requires only one connection. You cannot create here, right? What it says, all the available inputs on the target component are connected, so you cannot merge it like this, just like that. For that only you need this special transformation that combines these two results into one. That is what your match. First we'll go for match. What it does, use this one, match input one, match input one. What it does, again error. What it says, merge inputs to be sorted. This is the prerequisite. Okay, if you do not wish, then you can go for your union all. So there is some inputs are over here. When you click on it, there is beautiful description available here. Merge combines rows from multiple sorted data flows into one sorted data flow. What else you require from this? It is self-explanatory. Whenever you want to do anything, understand about transformation, click on it. It will give you all the details. You see, as I said, merge join, combine two sorted data flows into one using the full left inner joins. Right? If you are from SQL, you will understand it. What about union? Combines rows from multiple data flows without sorting. Okay, that is the main thing over here. See, they have given example. Add rows back to the data flow after correction of errors also. This is fine. So if sorting is important, use the merge. They are already recommended the difference between union all and merge. If you need sorting, go for merge. If you do not need sorting, you can use union all. Okay, and let us try to do the sorting first. Okay, we are already familiar with sorting. Just to get the sort of your records, just point that source, then what, based on what, based on customer ID we will sort. Okay, even you can put sorting here based on customer ID sort, then point these two sort output. Yes, input is merge input one, and here again. Okay, now you see there is no red here. What about the customer 3 file? Let us try to load the flat file source, that is remove it, flat file source, the third file, right? Let us try to point the third file and let us try to sort it based on the customer ID. Okay, let us try to merge it. Again the error. What it says, all the available inputs on the target component are connected. So another difference is like merge requires a sorting, and it will have only one two inputs. It will not allow the third input. Okay, in order to do the third input, you need to have another merge. Let us try to explore it. So you had a merge. So while doing it, you can able to do the you need to choose the target. I will load it in customer info mapping. So all the columns are done. So this will load only the two files, right? I want the third file also to be merged. So this will give me the first file contains two records, this contains two records, this contains three records. So 2 plus 2, only 4 records will be loaded. Let us try to view it in a data viewer. Execute this task. Right click, execute this task. So now you can see the 4 records over here, Nahendra, Karthik, Banpriya, Shaktivel. So only 4 records till it is pointed. So you need to merge once again. You need to add another merge statement. So what it contains, this merge will contain one input, that is merge input 1. Okay, this will be its second input. Now this is merge, so this will combine two results, and another result it will combine it here. I mean, if you want a merge, the sorting is important, you need to do in this way. So assume it can be different tables or different data sources. One can be from Oracle, one can be from SQL Server. So you are maintaining that customer info in different places. You need to merge it based on certain order. Okay, and merge whether it removes the duplicate or not. I have a scenario here. You find one Nagendra in customer 1 file as well as one Nagendra in customer 3 file. Let us try to see whether it removes the duplicate. Okay, so it contains two records, three records. In that, one is duplicate. In the data viewer, I need to get 7 if it doesn't remove duplicate. If it removes the duplicate, it will give me 6 records. Let us try to run it. It returns 7 records. You can see it has sorted based on the customer ID. My record is brought here. Okay, so it is not removing duplicate. So it is similar to your union in SQL, but it is not removing the duplicate. That is, you need to keep it in mind. So let us go and see in our database. There you go. Okay. Okay, now I have this merge. What about union all? Let us try to copy and paste it. Let us keep this one over here and union all. I will have union all here. V8 union all. Okay, this is fine. Now I do not want a merge anymore. Instead of loading it, I can use union all. Right? So in this case, I have customer 1, customer 2, customer 3. Then I will do the mapping here. Let us have a data view before loading, because once it load, we're not able to see. Oh, sorry. Okay, that's fine. I executed. Now you can see again 7 records. I didn't do any sorting, anything here. So 7 records has loaded here. And how about the sorting? Sorting is not so important. When you execute it, these 7 records are sorted before loading it, and these are the records that not properly sorted. You see here 3, 4, 1, 7, 5, 6. Randomly it has loaded. So basically, when there is sorting is not so important, then go for union all. If sorting is important, go for match. And all these things task use it to combine your result set into single result set. This is what a merge and union is all about. And finally, we want to see what is merge join. If you are familiar with SQL, it is as simple as that. It is going to be joining of your tables, right? I mean to say, like, you will join one table with another table. I mean, you are having a fact or dimension table, you want to get another attribute in another table. It's kind of left join, inner join, some kind of joins that you usually make. Usually joins is used to get the information from another table, right? Same thing over here. For this example, what I'm going to use is, like, I have Naga store where I got a table here. Give me a minute, refresh it, match. So I have here the item name, that is nothing but my product name. For that product, I have a table here. I need to get a category name using the join, and I will load it in my target. That is what I'm planning to do. Okay, so let us try to have another data flow task here. Okay, and I will remove everything. Now for this, my source is this is my target. I can reuse it, and for my source resides on my Naga store. Let me create it. That's it. Fine. So my source is in OLEDB, right? So let me take OLEDB source. Let me choose the table. That is my choose the Naga store. This is my source and merge table. Here it is. Then my target is going to be the sales table, right? Sales target table. And I do not have a column for category. Basically, what we are doing is we're going to get the category name along with the item name and load it in our target. But in my target, I think I do not have a column. I mean, let us see that. So I do not have a column. Let us try to create one over here. Alter table, add category in where care of 50 is enough and nullable. There is no table. Please choose proper database. Always, it's my mistake. Okay, I have added it. Let us try to drop, not the drop, delete the records from this table. I'm not going to populate the columns whichever not there. So let me select it now. Star. Okay, there is no data here. Now what I'm doing to do. Now when you choose this data as such, like, let us try to run it. Execute task. This will load properly fine. Now 8168. Now let us try to see it. Now you can see these two columns are empty. While using a join of item name, I need to get a category name from the source, then populate it here. I will leave the location short as such. So for that, I need to get a merge join, right? Merge join. And also it requires me the sorting, okay? Merge join. Because if you see here, combines two sorted data flows into one using the full and left outer join. So this is my source. Another source is like OLTP source. This is, I need to choose the product. Choose the columns. Then I need to sort based on. Let us try to join it. Okay, it will not allow. Basically, merge join left output. It says is sort, if possible, sort the data source. Okay, that is what. So try to sort based on the joining column. Okay, let us try to sort it. So I want to sort based on item name. Here again, you want to do the sort. Left input. Okay, this is, you need to choose item name, input column, output alias. So it is already sorted based on the join. Okay, I can use inner join or left outer join, whatever joins it is. That's it. So what column I need? I don't want this one actually. Okay, I do not want this. I can delete it. Basically, I want the category name from the output. I want the whatever output you are getting is again amending here. So this is one column. Say for example, you are getting 10 columns here. After merging, you will get 12 columns, right? That is what the end output is. Now choose this one. There is some issue here. Let us see. What was it? Not sure. Let us see what was the issue. Let me delete it. I think we didn't map it, so it will throw error. Let's see. Okay, I will choose category name. There you go. Saying some error. Delete unmapped input columns. So use delete. I'm not sure. Give me a minute. I think we need to choose all the columns required here as well as there, whatever you want. So it will match now. There you go. Or a type name, item name, quantity, because these things mostly you need to do it at the source system itself. Okay, when you have from the database, but this is, you need to understand it. That is the thing. I never use this merge join much. That is the thing. I have some issues here. That's absolutely fine. So you need to understand this concept, like you are getting two different sources and you need to combine the records to get new columns added, that is the category to be added. Then you need to use merge join. Let's try to run it now. Let's see this data. Now there is no category 8169 records, and I need to delete it again because there is no delete statement added on top of SQL statement. So let me delete it. Delete. There you go. Execute task. Okay. See, now 10 records came from here, 816. Then the output is not duplicated, nothing. All the records have been transformed, right? So that is the thing. Now you can go and check it here. There you go, 8169. So assume what happens if there is no match, right? Like I use the inner join here. Now you see, let us see the merge join. The scenario is like for jeans denim, what is the category name? I got it. See, casual wear. That is what I got it here in the output over here. Sales match. Oh, sorry. So this is what I got it, casual wear. Now let us try to delete one of the product from here, jeans Levi's. Okay, delete. Let me take a backup of it before deleting it. What happens when you do an inner join? It will be always like skipping of rows, right? When you do the inner join, if there is no match, what happens? You will obviously, you will end up with not matching records. So that is what is going to happen when you delete this one. So for all the jeans denim, it will not match. So these rows will be skipped. Let us try to see that one now. So let me delete jeans delete from, I mean jeans denim from this table. I'm trying to make sure what is the impact when there is no match for you. Those who are not familiar with SQL background, what does this inner join will do? So you need to be very careful. Did it from Jeans Lewis, right? Now, Jeans Lewis is not there. So for Jeans Lewis, this product, you got some category here. Now for them, it will not be happening. I mean, these rows will not be populated at all. Let us try to see that one because I used inner join here. Let us try to execute again. Before that, let me delete it. Okay. Now there is no records. Once I execute it, see, there is 8169 here, only 6731 rows are populated. You can see here 6 7 because all these products belongs to which are not loaded belongs to Jeans Lewis. So in those cases you do not wish to skip one such a transaction records. Here you need to choose left join. That is the behavior of it, right? Once you choose the left join, now again I will delete it here. So in that case, you will not skip this flow, that is source record. Only not matching records, it will become blank. Okay, that is the main purpose of your left join. So now you see 8169, all records are populated, whereas you can see some of the category will be blank, which is nothing but Jeans Lewis, because for that we have deleted the record here. I hope you guys understand the concept of merge, union all, and merge join, when to use it, and what scenarios you will go for options perfectly. We are going to see about control flow task, and one of the important task in control flow task is execute SQL task. We are in SQL Server Integration Service. Let us try to understand the difference between control flow and data flow. We are familiar with this data flow task, like we have did some basic transformations like conditional split and data conversion, copy column, character map, sorting, all those things in our previous sessions. So what is this control flow task called execute SQL task? So basically the core difference is data flow task helps you to move the data from one source to another. In between you can do the transformation. This is exact ETL does. So there is the task of ETL tool not only moving of data, it also involves like you need to clean it up some things, or you need to execute some operations in a bulk basis, like one at a time. This is like only for data. In control flow task, you can do other operations apart from data, like you can delete the table, you can create a table, and some kind of DDL, DML operations you want to perform, and those kind of operations you can do it over here. So that is what a control flow is, and not only related to data. What are other operations you can do is like you want to move the file from one location to another, copying a file, and you want to execute some batch files. And you can see the other task, like as I mentioned earlier, you want to compress the database, shrink the database, you want to reorganize the index. So those kind of task is it's like happening as a batch level. It is activity. Once you click on triggered, then it has to happen. It is not going to happen for the data. So these kind of activities you can do it in control flow. So that is the core difference you need to understand. So let us jump into today's topic, execute SQL task. For that, let me copy this one, that union all, this particular package, so that it will be easy to understand what we are going to do. So let me paste it. So we have this union all, that is one of the data flow tasks. Here I'm saying it as control flow. Okay, so what is it is actually, so this, what it does, this moves the three files, 1 2 3 and union all, combine this and load it into one database table, that is SSIS demo customer info. Let us try to see that table, SSIS demo customer info. There you go. You can see the data over here. I think the three data are being loaded. Now you can see the 14 records and the data is getting repeated. When I run this package now, okay, or I can execute this task for now. So what happens? So again, the records from each file, right? 2 2 3, so already there was 14 records. These 7 records, 2 plus 2 plus 3, these 7 records, 7 rows are loaded into this table. Now 14 plus 7, which comes to 21 here. So it keep on adding, but in typical scenario you need to clear the existing data and then you need to load it. So in data flow you cannot do it, right? You cannot remove the data first, then you can load it. So for that, on top of this data flow, you need to use the execute SQL task. This is the main purpose. 90% of the purpose is to clear the existing table or incrementally load the data. I mean, you will delete some part of the data. That is, if your process is extract is every 1 day, then delete that particular day data, then load the 1 day data. Okay, that is the intention. Now in this case, let us go with simple scenario. We will clear the existing records here, okay, then load the new one. For that, here what you need to do, in the execute SQL task, you need to choose the connection from which database that objects exist. So this is the database, then here you write the query. So how you can delete, if you are not familiar with writing, just go and write it in your management studio. Delete from table name, that is customer info. You can take along with the schema, that is DBO. Take the script, then go here, then put it here. Okay, I mean to say you can paste it here. Copy and you can go here and paste it. So you can see the code here. Then click on OK. Now this, just you can mention like remove the table data. Okay, now when you have a script like this, when you run this package, right, then this will also run and this will also start at the same time. So whichever task in the control flow task doesn't have an input, that will start automatically parallelly. Parallel processing will happen. So to make it sequence, what you need to do, you need to connect it. So what you are saying here is you are programmatically defining, do this task first which doesn't have any input, then once it completed, this green indicates completed, then you do this task. So what we do, we remove that record from this table first, then once it is removed, then you load the data from different sources or whatever operations you define. So that is the core objective over here. So in this case I cannot run individual task. Okay, you need to run it as a package, execute package. Now you can see it has successfully completed. So now let us go and see the records here. Now instead of 21 it will have only 7 records. You see here only 7 records exist. So how many times you run it, it will load only whatever data available in the file. Let us try to run it again, execute package. Now you can see it removes the record, okay, then it runs. Now even when you select it, now the order is changed, but it still these 7 records. Okay, that is the concept behind the control flows, and that is the one of the important aspect of your execute SQL task that will be working along with data flow task most frequently. Then another important thing is what kind of statements you can write here. So anything related to table and the execute SQL task can able to store the result set. Okay, whatever, if you are writing some procedure that will return some table, and then you need to loop through it in another consequent task in control flows, you can do it. So you can call a procedure. If you are return some procedure here and you need to call it, okay, in those cases also you can do your steps. That is the concept behind it. Let me check, is there any procedure available? So there is no procedure available, I think. Let's say over here, I hope it will be having some procedure. Yes, here it is. So here you have one procedure. Let us see this procedure. Basically, yeah, this procedure involves passing some customer ID and address, then that will update. Instead of that, I want to make it very simple. Just we will update the customer address to Chennai. Let me recreate. Let us try to explore more on um, the procedure, I mean execute task more. So I will say Chennai. Okay, here instead of insert everything, what I will do, I will update all the customer address to Chennai. Okay, this is my code. So I have created a procedure that will update Chennai. So let us see the table name, I mean table data. Select star from customer control. Okay, now you can see the customer address, London, Africa, Bangalore, everything is like this. Now I can call this procedure as well. Now how to call it? So let me take another execute task. So now I'm saying, so for this I need to create a connection. So this procedure exists in SQL training Corona. That connection is not exist. So let us try to create it one. So OLEDB, as I mentioned before, this connection is for the database. So I do not have that database connection before. That's why I'm connecting right now. Let us try to navigate to Corona. SQL training Corona, give a connection, succeed, perfectly alright. This is fine. Then go to here, then connection, localhost, SQL training, then use this procedure. How you need to execute? You need to call execute execdbo customer. That is the way you can call it. So this is calling call update customer. So this is the beauty of your control flow. Like you are having the one moment, that is one control flow task. I mean in the control flow task you can have multiple operations. This two task is basically what it is doing. It is moving the data from your one that is three different files to your target. This is one flow, and this particular task is calling or updating the customer information in some other database. So we can mix up different process in a same control flow. That is absolutely fine. That is what I want to highlight. Now let us see how it works. So after moving, and I want to increase one of the data here, that is in my source, in my files. Let us try to add some more data like over here. So we always have our 9 records, right? So I will add like Harish, come on, Hari, that itself. Hi, there is a short name, that's fine. So now I added one more record. So what I'm going to have right now here is, instead of 7 records I will get 8 records here, and this particular table will update to all customer address to Chennai. Let us try to do it. So let us try to run this package, execute package. There you go. So this flow is completed, and this also has been completed. Let us try to check the data output over here. Now all these records got updated to Chennai. Here you have one more record added, Harish and Harry. I hope you understand the concept behind the control flows. In this session, we're going to see about another two control flow tasks. So it is file system task and execute process task. Let us try to explore what are those tasks and what is the purpose of it. Let us directly jump into a demo. If you are new to this channel, hit the subscribe button and press the bell icon for the notification. So we have already implemented this, that is execute SQL task, and using a procedure we can call. And now what we are going to do is let us explore other two tasks, file system task. So what it does. So as I already told before, it is not only meant for ETL, I mean the data flow task is meant for ETL, and all the control flow task is does outside your data. Like the file system task does what are the different activities, like you want to move the file folders from one folder to another, or you want to delete it after a certain period of time. So those kind of logics you can do it, or you with specific format of text you want to delete it. So those kind of stuffs you can do it in this task. So the exercise what I want to do here is I have archive folder. Here I want to remove these files that is available in this folder. Okay, whatever is archived. Let us try to copy this folder. Let us try to explore it. So you can define using a variable, but for simplicity I'm not doing that. So what operation you are going to do? Okay, so in this case we are going to delete a directory content. Choose this directory content and you can perform all other operations. For simplicity I'm going for this delete directory content. The source connection, click on new connection. Then here you choose what kind of connection it is. It is existing folder, right? We have navigated that path. Let us quickly navigate to that path here. Text with Nags, videos, SSIS, files, archive. This is my path. So I want to delete the content inside this archive folder. Now that's it. So whenever, so there can be some kind of cleaning process you want to regularly perform, and you archive some logs are keep on adding over here. So you can schedule this particular task every 30 days so that it will clean that log. Okay, that is what. For that you can use this task. Now I'm running this task alone. I'm not running other tasks. So to make it very quick, so it is success. Let us go and check it here. Now the folder is empty. The all files are gone. So similarly, you can perform other tasks like moving a file from one place to another. And I want to create another task like copy a file. Say for example, this is the customer one file, and I want to move from here to archive folder. Okay, so for that you need to have another file in the archive folder. So the source and target you need to have. What I'm trying to say is, let us try to do the copy task. Okay, so it is saying like you have a destination and you have a source. So source I'm going to use the same file over here, and in target what I want to do is like this file I want to uh, put it here. Okay, let us try to edit it, and I will edit all the contents here. I'm saving it. Now I saved it. Now you see there is no data. Let us try to see this. Only header is there in the archive folder, and I can do the naming also different. Say for example 20 21 1 28, something like that. Okay, so now I got this one. Now I want to move the content from source to the target. For that I don't have the connection. Okay, here the source I have chosen. In the destination I don't have the connection. So either you can go and create it first and then go and map it here. Otherwise you can directly go here and you can create a new connection. So existing file, it's not existing file, yes it is existing file, or you can create a file. Okay, you need to choose this one. If you choose this one it will create. So in our case we already created. Let us go and browse that one. So archive, this is my file, existing file. Let's click OK. So what we are doing, we are moving this file, the customer one, to the archive folder. The customer one is your folder in the source folder. From the source to archive we are moving. So when you, this is copy. So let us try to run it. Now you can see the difference over here. I mean once it has run, I am not going here, it has failed. Let us see what it is. We should not shock it. An unoccurred already exists. Okay, so this is very interesting part. Like you have to choose this one, override destination. If it already exists, when you copy and paste a file, what it will prompt, it is already exists. What you need to do, in this is a Microsoft default error, right? So you need to choose true. If you choose only true, then it will overwrite, otherwise it will fail. That is the option, the warning that is prompted. Okay, so now run it once again. Again it is failed. Let us try to see. Already exists, what it says. Yes. Oh, it's not saved. Overwrite true. Okay, that's okay, absolutely fine. Let's run it again. Now it's success. Let's try to see the content here. There you go. Now in the archive folder we have received it. So for your understanding, let us try to change some content here. Instead of I will add one more content, like 10, and I will add Priya and Pri, something like that. Whatever it can be, the entire content, the entire file is copied. Now in the source I have modified some data. Okay, let me close all the file. Now in the archive folder, okay, let's see the data here. You have only 3 records. Now I'm running it again. It will overwrite, right? Execute task. There you go. So it's run it again. Now you can see the archive folder. It will add a few more records. That is, Priya is come here. That is the thing. Okay, I hope you understand the concept of the file system task, when you need to use, whether you can move the directory or you can delete the directory, or inside the files you want to do, respectively you can do. Let us focus on another task, that is execute process task. Execute process task is like you have something over here. You have some exes or you have some batch files. You need to call those things that will do some process. So typically in your organization you are having some batch files. When you click on it, that will execute some particular task. It can be sending an email, it can be archiving files, whatever it can be. You need to automate it. Once you bring along with the process, right, then you no need to do that process. Once these particular packages, all these packages are going to be scheduled on regular basis, so you no need to click on that batch files. That is the purpose of this execute process task. Let us try to instead of something like I don't have any batch file, for that I will simply call calc.exe. Okay, so any exe files you want to call, you can use this particular executable. Okay, if you have stored that executable in some path, then you can mention that path over here, then you can call it, right? So let us try to execute it. Now the calc will appear here, right? So you can see the calculated operation. So in similar way, whatever exe you have done, okay, that the logic behind the exe you have written in some logic, okay, but you need to call along with the process that should be called triggered. So in those cases you can go for your execute process task. That is the main purpose of this task. I hope you understand about file system task and execute process task. Let us see some more tasks in our upcoming sessions. In this session, we are going to see about what is precedence constraints in control flow task. Let us try to check this in demo. Now, assume like we are familiar with data flow task and some basic control flow items like, and also we understand like before this data flow task we need to have execute SQL task to clear the data already being loaded in this particular target. So that target we will remove it. This is fine. So what about how you can control the different objects? Like this is the customer info and this is your sales info. You can see the Naga store sales, and the customer info should be loaded first, and then you need to load the sales data. And in another case like this is one kind of flow, and if it is succeed you do this, and if it is failed you need to call some procedure or you need to call something else. So these kind of controlling capabilities are called as precedence constraints. So how to do it? Let us check it. So we are going to assume one scenario like first we need to load this customer data, then followed by this sales data, and for this customer data we receive from the file system. So this should be first, and if there is any issue in loading the customer data we need to call one procedure or some exe file. So that is the flow. And if there is no issues, then we will load the customer update first. I mean update the customer information. Finally we load the sales data. So how we can implement it? So in this case, so let us try to map it. So this is the file system that copies the customer data, and this flow works fine. And when it is succeed you can do this, and when you click on it there is another icon appearing. You can redirect it here. So you can see here from a single task you can have, once it is completed you can start this task after this task completed. When the data flow task completed you can parallelly do these two tasks at the same time once it completes. So this is a way of handling the parallelism. But in our case, once the data flow task, the customer data is loaded, if it is success go to here, and if it is failed you can see like the constraint. This is what I'm saying, the constraint is success, then go to that flow. In this case we are saying failure. Okay, so now when the customer data got failed, then it will call the exe flow. If it is succeed, go to this flow. That is the flow we have defined. And after that, once it is succeed, you need to execute the sales data. This is the flow we have defined. Okay, and you can also have some more kind of transformation that will not dependent on this particular flow itself, like the one over here. Say for example, let me take this union all, and union all, already the connection is here, that is why. So you see here this is union all, and it is loading the some customer info or whatever. So this can be done independent of this particular the entire flow. This flow is one, and another flow you can define. Say for example I can call some other execute SQL task, or say for example I will say execute SQL task. This is data flow, and this will, just for our understanding, let us choose some database like SSIS demo and select of one, just for our understanding. Just I want to understand, make you to familiar with this flow. So this is one flow and this is another flow. Okay, so we will try to run this flow and check how it behaves, right? And this is the 11th chapter. Let's try to load it, execute package. There you go. So now you can see the flow of execution as flown from the everything is success. You see, everything is success. If there is we fail some process, okay, then it will throw the error. Let us try to disconnect this one. Instead of failing over here, let me connect while removing the data table. Let us desperately fail it, then we will check like failure. Okay, now what I'm saying is, so I will desperately make some mistake here. Instead of delete statement, I will put delete. The wrongly I have made it. So this will fail. So in that case, it will call our exe. That is exe. What we are doing, it will open up the calculator. Let us try to simulate it. Now you can see the calculator is open now, and you can see the process here. It has closed here. I mean to say, after this process it has not executed. When it is failed, the flow has came to here. Okay, but still this flow is succeeded. So entire package status is failed now. Okay, any of the task is failed, then we can make it success or failed. That configuration will take it later. But now for your understanding, you can control the flow of execution, how should flow. Like when it is success, go to this flow. When it is failed, go to this flow. Like this you can control your flow of execution. Based on that, you can write your logics. That is what I want to make it clear. And there is one more option here, either success or failure, right? You need to say like completion. I want to do either complete or success, doesn't matter. On completion of this task, once this task is completed, right, whether it's failed or it is success, doesn't matter. After this task, you do it irrespective of the results, then you need to go for completion. So what I did, from the file system task, after you fail it or succeed, doesn't matter, this will start. Okay, it will not start first task. Let us see, try to see it. Now you see the flow failed and the calculation is open since it is failed, and after this it's failed or not, doesn't matter, this task has started. So this is what your precedence constraint. You can control the flow of execution. So the independent flows, like this is for product, you assume this is for product, then no need to link to any of these things. But where there is some failure, you need to simulate something, then you can use this precedence constraint. Then using certain values, okay, you can do the some calculations. Here we need to write expressions. Let us try to cover it in later part of the sessions when we cover the variables and expressions. I hope you understand the concept behind the precedence constraint. This is the core objective of your control flow, controls the flow of execution. In this session, we're going to see about what are variables and expressions in SSIS. Both are two different topics, but it is closely related. You will create expressions using variables. That is how it is related. Let us try to see in this video what is the purpose of these two. We are familiar with our precedence constraint. What is this? Like when it is success, go to this task. When it is failed, you can go to another task. So this is what we have learned in our previous sessions, and there is another option called completion. This is fine, but in certain cases I do not wish only the success, failure or completion to evaluate what process to complete. I need to check some conditional check like expressions. Like instead of checking whether it's a success or failure, the completion of the task, you check some condition, then you do this task. What such conditions? So let's say like when the date, right? Today is 29th of January. When it is greater than 25th, execute this task. I mean, every month daily you are running this task, but you need to check whether the date is 25th or greater than 25th. Then only you need to run this job, or you want to run this particular task on 25th or 27th or 29th of a particular month. So such a conditions you want to check. So let us make it very simple. We will check our date, okay, whether it's greater than 25th, then run this task, otherwise don't run. Then we will try to change the condition and check it. So for that, the expression what I want to do is like there is some kind of functions over here, get date. Okay, let us try to rag it. So get date, and I will add another part, date part. Okay, so here I will mention dd. So that part of dd will get me the date. Say for example, the get date will get me today's date. Okay, and the dd will give me 29th, that particular day of the month. Okay, if it is greater than 25th, okay, today is 29th, so it will evaluate to true. And if it is less than 25th, right, today is 29th, 29 will return here, 29 is less than 25, false, so it will evaluate to false. So only if it is true, so I will change the condition here, the evaluation condition, 29 is greater than 25, so evaluate it to true. Then you run this. So now you can see here, the instead of only using the constraints, the precedence constraint, success, failure, completion, I also encountered or included a condition here. This is what basically the expression is. So let us try to do it here. So what we are doing in this case, it is evaluated to true. Let us try to run this package. Now we are in merge join all. Okay, and there is merge union all. Let me run this package, execute package. So we have enabled the data viewer inside this, that's why it appeared. So this execute plus task is written to return the calc, that is why it came. Now this is what basically I want to highlight. So expressions used to write some condition. Let us make it fail. Okay, I will change this condition to less than. Okay, what happens now? Let us try to run it again. So this time you see this flow is not at all went. So similarly, using the success, failure, completion precedence constraint, you also write some conditions to make you can control your flow. That is what the point is. Now we understand the purpose of the expression. Okay, now I want to make it dynamic. Like if there is some particular record, okay, this is the condition over here. Okay, I will replicate it here. I will make it as constraint once again. So I want to implement here. Now I want to load this record, okay, into target, but I want to check how many records in this particular table in my source. If there is more than 100 records or more than 10 records, then only I need to initiate this remove and then load it. Sometimes there might be some issues in your source, you are removing and loading. So in that case, if there is no records in the source, then accidentally you remove and there you won't load any data. So only if there is some record exists, then only you load it. So basically you need to get the result, okay, from the source and then store it somewhere. For that, you need to use a variable. So variables usually, typically in any programming language, use it to store data or result temporarily during the flow of execution. Okay. Same way, now you can have the data resulted from execute SQL task, or you can store or create a variable like over here. Right click and new. Let us try to say, like, if the date is 25th, instead 25th you want to make it dynamically, these variables can be passed from outside or from the execute SQL task. Let us try to make it dynamically. Okay. First thing is like date. Okay, now here I'm saying the first example. Okay, date part. So instead of directly giving it over there, I can give this value over here, okay, 25th. So in this condition, okay, I have given here, instead of giving 25, here I can get it from here. Okay, this is dynamically will change. Now it returns false because 25 is less than, I mean 29 is less than 25. That part I have kept 25. Okay, that is why. So this is one way of doing it. So basically variables are used to store some result, so this can be changed from outside. That is why you are giving it here. Okay, let us try to check it later how we can do it, but this is the main purpose. And another scenario is like as I told before, now I want to check in my source how much record is there. So my source here is Naga store sales data SRC from Naga store. Let us try to get that query first. Okay, general, and it is Naga store select count of 1. Let us try to write the query here from Naga store. The table is here, sales data source, select star from, this is the one, and what I want to check how many records. Okay, if the record exists, then I want to keep that one. So it is C and T. So assume I want to check this, if this count 8161 over here, okay, the result set, it's greater than 100, say, because sometimes in your source it may be truncation, there might be no records. So you want to ensure that if only if the record exists, you execute this flow. Otherwise, do not do anything. Such a conditions you can do it. For that, let us try to get this result. Okay, you need to have this particular query, so it will be having C and T. Okay, let's keep like that. Then you create a variable to store that result set. So it is sale SRC CNT. Let us keep it like this. It's integer, and where there are different data types, let us walk through it later. Now for this it is integer. Okay, default value is 0. Now go to this execute SQL task. Here, when this execute SQL task returning some result, okay, result set, okay, you say single row. Okay, if it is a full result set, then it is returning entire table that will be stored in some other object. Okay, object data type, in object data type variable. Now in our case, it is a single row with a single column, so just keep single row. Okay, then here you need to choose obviously Naga store. Okay, then parameter result set. Okay, here result set, the result set name is nothing but your output column name. Here in the CNT you are getting, right, this is the result set name. Okay, here you are need to map that should be stored in user sales SRC count. Just keep that one. So get sales count. Okay, so in your source you are checking how many data it contains, and Then you can create a sequence container that can store entire process like this. I mean all this to be done, okay, inside this. So how you need to generate? Only if the count greater than 100, then you do it. So let us try to see this one. So where you can write, here you can write like expression, then you can choose from the variable here, sales. Here you need to write this is greater than 100, evaluate false, because now the value is 0. 0 is greater than 100, false. That is why it is false. You remember, like where you can see the variable, the value of the sales count is 0 now. Let us try to change it to 10,000. Okay, so this will be overwritten while execution. Now you go and test this. Now it is true. Now it's returning because 10,000 greater than 100. This is absolutely fine. So this is how you have written it. So while running this package, what happens? So this will get the count, and you have written a condition that is greater than 100. Yes, because you see here this is 8169 records it's available. Then it will become true. Then this flow of execution will occur. Okay, let us try to check it. Yes, this is absolutely true. Now you can see like the data is flown through it because the condition is passed. Now I want to desperately fail it, like only if there is more than 10,000 records. Okay, then what happens? Let us try to execute it again. There you go. So it doesn't pass because the record is only 8,000 records, whereas you have only I mean your condition is failing because you are not passed the condition. The one more important thing I want to highlight is like here you can check uncondition, that is all constraints must evaluate to true. Okay, basically you are saying you do only the expression. So we are already know this is only the constraint. I mean to say this is if you are not having the expression, this is only the constraint. And when you have expression, you are checking only the condition, based on that it will flow. And there is an option to choose whether you want to do both, like you want to check the expression as well as the constraint. That is, constraint means it should success, and then the expression also, this expression also to be evaluated to true. Otherwise you can press R, expression or constraint. So either this expression should be passed, that is resulted to true, otherwise constraint means that the task should be succeeded. So now earlier we have kept expression. Now what happened, this flow has not executed. You can see this has stopped. Now let us try to change this expression or constraint to expression or constraint. Okay, now let us see what happens. Now this has flown through. Why? Because this is the main issue. I mean, it's not an issue. This is the main behavior. That is what I want to highlight. So now in this case, the last time we have run, the expression is failed, but the constraint is success. Constraint means the execution of this particular task is success, then you do it. So this is the main objective of your variables and then expressions. So both are closely related. So most of the purpose you will use it, and in your upcoming videos we will see where you can use the variables and expressions. So these will be used when you want to do everything dynamically, and the input should be supplied from the outside the package. In this session, we're going to explore what is a sequence container and how it will be used and what is the purpose of it. Let us try to check it in this video. If you are new to this channel, hit the subscribe button and press the bell icon for the notification. Now, we are familiar with this flow, like this particular flow, that is control flow. What it does, it reads, moves the data from files into a folder for the customer. Then it will load the data into customer database, table, then update the customer record. And these two belongs to the sales. If that is what we implemented last time, right? In our previous session, while implementing the precedence constraint. So now I will remove these things for this exercise. What I'm trying to say is, so in this flow, this performs perfectly all right, but we are not sure which one belongs to customer, which flow belongs to the sales. Even though you write it properly, like remove, delete sales, right? Something like that. And here also you write load sales. Even though you write it, it is not very much clear. To organize it, just like grouping of your objects, okay, these two can be put in one container. This is what a sequence container. What it does is, it just have some kind of organization. In this box, it will go and sit. Just drag and drop. Once you drag and drop a sequence container, you can put all the objects whichever you want to be grouped into single task, right? So this can be right click and execute container. Whereas you can, if you choose these two, you cannot execute task or execute both the task alone, right? See, what I'm trying to say is, you want to run only the sales flow. So the sequence container, if you have the box here and then you move the sales flow here, then you can run it. Similarly, all these four belongs to the customer. Okay, so I can move all these four in this sequence container. Just expand it and select all this four flow, then move it here. That's it. So you can name it like customer flow or whatever can be. Load customer. This can be sales. Okay. In this way, you are organizing the things. I don't want this. So after the customer, you load sales. Now you can see the difference over here compared to our previous flow, where it says if it is the flow is like this, then do it, right? The failure. Even you can simulate it here, the same thing. If it is failed, the failure over here only. In the remove table. Okay, it's over here. That is, you need to put red here. Failure. Let us try to correct it. Delete. Okay. So basically, the sequence containers are nothing but the way of organizing your flow of objects, and then it is also used when you want to run it manually, this particular subject area alone, that is the customer subject area alone you want to run. There is option to execute the container. If you have it separately like this, you cannot select all these four and then run it option like that. You need to run it individually. So that is not a good way to do it. So the two main purpose, the folder organization, it's to organize or group your objects. Then you have a provision to run only this particular container. That is because it's one of the tasks in the control flow. This is the main purpose of your sequence container. Session, we're going to see about for each loop container in SSIS. Let's directly jump into a demo. So I have a new package here, like a for each loop container, that is there is no connection. Let us try to understand what this for each loop container will do. Let us try to drag and drop. And the looping is a generic concept. Like loop means the same activity, you need to repeat it, but based on different combination or different parameters, right? So the for each loop, it says like for each items in that container, you repeat it. That is what the for each loop. What are the different containers that can it can accommodate is like the collection. The collection can be from ADO.NET enumerator, or it can be files, or it can be some other HDFC file enumerator, right? I mean to say, you have some certain files. In this case, we are going to see, we're going to read hundreds of files, or 10 files are available in your particular folder. Then you need to read all these files. So doing individual package for all those 10 files is very complex, right? It is no use because the format is going to be same, like here customer ID, customer name, and other files also the same format exists. In those cases, what you need to do, you need to loop through each file. Okay, you need to do the same process. You read the file and then load it. So you create only one data flow task, then for each file you do the same operation. That is what a for each loop task will do. So here the container is like for each file container there is something like ADO enumerator or HDFC file enumerator. These are different enumerators. If your source is not the file, ADO enumerator is like you have one table. So the table data set, okay, we will store it in a table object in a variable. If you are storing it there, then from there you can use this one. For each row of a table it will execute. So such a things you can do it in for each loop task. In this example, we are going to read multiple files, okay, in SSIS for each loop task. Let us try to check how it works. Now, so for each loop container you drag and drop, and let us try to choose our enumerator, like as I already told before, for each file enumerator. Then I need to choose the path. Okay, I have the data in this path. Choose the folder in which you need to loop through. And here the one of the important aspect is like the files. You need to specify what files you are going to loop through. So for example, here you can see I want to loop through all the files starts with cust, and then it should ignore this cells other than this cust, and it is a text file type. Then only read these files, ignore all other files. If you keep just like this star, it will loop through all the files irrespective of the file name or the extension. Okay, so it will star dot star means this star is for first star is for naming, another star for extension. This dot which classifies between the name and the extension. Okay, so if I want to read only the customer that begins with customer, cust star, right, cust star, then it should end with text. So it is basically a Windows feature. Let me try to understand it better, make you understand. So now when I go here, if I say cust star, okay, now it will try to find all the files with cust star. If I say like star, like, so it will prompt you all the files. And if I say like star.txt, it will give me only txt files. That is XLS file, right? I will say XLX file. Now it will give me, I think, XLX or XLSM. Another file, the v2.sales. Let me check what is that file extension. Let us stop this, and I think it is CSV. Okay, so dot star dot CSV. So when I put this one, so only this particular file is fetching. So same thing you are doing it here. I want the file that starts with cust, then whatever the naming can be. The star means after that it can have any file. Then followed by dot and txt. Okay. For simplicity, we will remove this cust. Let us keep star dot txt. So only the file ends with txt. And here the another important aspect, while you need to retrieve the only the file name, okay, then you using a variable you can add this path and then do that one. Okay, here you need to choose fully qualified name. So what this file enumerator will do, the job of this file enumerator is to get only the file name. Okay, the exact file name, what in that file name, what you want the name and extension, only this file name and extension you want, or you want the entire path, the fully qualified name. So that is what this one. So you choose fully qualified name, then click on OK. And this option will say like if you have multiple folders inside this, that also will be traverse. That is what traverse subfolders. So for now we will leave it as such. Click on OK. So basically this for each loop task will only get the file names. Okay, that's it. Now actual task is to read from the file and then load it into a database. That is what. So for that you need to have a data flow task. So let us try to design it outside the for each loop task. So if it is for a single file, how will you design? So we will create, let us go inside. Let us try to do it in different way. Instead of creating connection string first, let us try to create the connections from here. So this is file system task. So it's not a destination, it's actually the source. So file system source, flat file source. Let's try to create a new connection. Let's name it as customer info and browse for the file. This is my file. Let's keep, just choose one particular file. Okay, and all these things are same because we are familiar with these files. So let us try to preview it. This is fine. Let's click on OK. Okay, this is fine. Now we created a one file. Then the destination, OLDB destination, we are going to load it into I have created one of the table here, that is customer info loop. You see here there is no data here, I mean to say the customer info loop. Okay, now let us try to create connection for that particular table. It is available in SSIS demo. Let's choose SSIS demo and customer info loop. We are done with the mapping. So this particular task will do only for the one particular file, right? We can try to execute and check to ensure it is loading properly. Okay, this is done. Now go and check it here. One file is loaded, but our ultimate task is to load all the files in the folder. How to achieve it? So in this case, the database, the target remains same, no need of configuration, but this customer file should be dynamic. When it goes to each file, it should be dynamic, right? So this for each loop task is trying to get the variable name, I mean to say the full path of the file. Then you need to store that one into a variable. Okay, so go to variable mapping, click on here, click on new variable. Here you rename it as file full path. Okay, just name like that. It's spelling mistake, file full path. This is fine. So you can give some value just for this is for your understanding, like when you give this path, just for storing what value this variable is going to have. This gives the idea and set the data type and the value, the type and length of the data type. For say for example you need to put 100 length, so you give some sample value here. Okay, now just click on OK. Now if you go and see here the variables, it has created the file full path. Okay, let me delete other variables if you not interested, that is fine. So this is the file full path. You can see the value here. Now what happened, whatever this file for each loop task will get the value, that value is stored in the file full path. This is the variable mapping. Okay, now that variable, okay, it is going to have the full file name. Then go to this customer info. Since this is having only one file name, instead it should have whatever value appearing here. So go to this, then choose this variable. Okay, the property for this connection string, okay, this connection string should get from this variable instead of having the default value. So file full path. Now you go and execute it. So this is what it is going to have for now, for temporarily. Okay, while executing it will loop through each file, then it will happen here. So just now you configured it, just put it over here. That's it. Now what we did, like we have configured variable, we created single variable. That variable will have a data for the file name, and then that path is stored in this variable. That variable we have given as a connection string in properties. Right click properties, then go to expression, click on three dots here, then choose the connection string, then the expression. In the expression you choose the variable over here, just drag and drop, then click on OK. This is what, that's it. Now let us try to delete this one. Delete from, because we are going to load multiple data. Okay, I deleted it. Let's choose that SSIS demo. I deleted it. This is good. Now let's check, there is no data. Now let us try to run this package or container. See, there is a lot of blanks quickly, so it has read all the files. Let us go and see the progress. Now you can see it has read the first file, then it has read the third file, then fifth file, then it has sixth file. So note that it doesn't read the XLX file that we have said before, I mean the CSV file, because we mentioned it should read only the text. That is what the filter is. Okay, I mean we put here only read the txt extension. That is why it doesn't read the CSV files. Now let us go and check the data. There you go. So it has read all the data from the all 6 files, right? I mean how many files it has. But now I don't know from where these files came from. I mean this data came from which file. That I need to understand, right? So that also to be stored here. So to be storing that particular value, let us add one more column here. Alter table. So I'm just writing the column name, file full path, and nvar of 100. I don't think it will go beyond 100. Let us keep 150. That's fine. Now let us try to select it here. I will put star here. There is newly created table. Now you can see the file full path name is empty. Okay, since we haven't loaded. So let us try to keep these 18 records as such. Then we will load without deleting it. Then we will load again, adding the full file path name here. Okay, in the table. Then we will see both the results. Now what I'm trying to say, like we have want to load the full file path name into the table. So we have got the full file name in the variable, and that variable is passed here. Then even in this flow we can add that variable. Okay, so for that I need to remove this link, then go to derived column. Then you can see here in derived column, go to variable, then choose this one, then name it as full file path. So this is the main purpose of variables and expressions. You can use dynamically, okay, wherever it is. Now I have given it, then you need to map it. So after this, you can see here there will be only 3 columns. After this flow, there will be 4 columns. There you go, full pipe, full file path. Then try to map it here, the full file path. Okay, this is fine. Now let us try to execute it again. See the quick blanks. Okay, I mean it is blinking. There you go. Now you can see the first set of records that has without we have created before creating this column we have loaded. Now the next set of records contains the full file path name. You can see D, analytics, video, SSIS file, source, looping, customer. This is the, so these 3 records came from the third file, and this record came from the fifth file, I mean the 05. Okay, so this is very important while doing a troubleshooting. If you somebody finds some issue in the data, you need to track back from which file this has came from or which source it has came from. So for that it will be very useful. I hope you understand about concept behind for each loop task and how to parameterize using variable. In this session, we are going to see about what is for loop container in SSIS. So basically, it is again a looping concept. The for each loop container which evaluates whatever contents inside a container. It can be file enumerator or it can be ADO enumerator. But what about this for loop container? This looping concept is similar to other programming languages, like you have an initialization and conditional check, then increment for that variable, and again at the end of the loop it will check that condition. If it's success, it will loop through again. So that concept it will be followed. Let us try to check in which scenarios you will use it in SSIS. If you are new to this channel, hit the subscribe button and press the bell icon for the notification. We are in SSIS now, and that scenario, it can be used in a multiple scenario. For simple understanding, let us try to load this file. Okay, we need to load 3 files, like the 1, 2, 3. So how we need to programmatically do is like, when the counter is 1, it should get this value, the cust underscore 20 21010. Then the counter value should be assigned here. Then it will check whether I mean we need to load 3 files, right? So 1 is greater than 3, no. Then it will go to next file. Next the counter will be increased. Then 2 is greater than 3, no. So it will go to next file. So 3 is greater than 3, no. Then 4 is greater than 3, yes, it will stop. So basically you need to increment one by one, and you need to start with the one value initialization. Then each time you need to check the condition. You need to set the maximum limit, right? In for each loop container, you no need to set any maximum limit. Whatever the filter criteria that matches that text star .xls or CSV with some customization, that follows all the files it will read. But here in for loop container you need to set some limit, like 1 to 3 files, 1 to 4 files, something like that. In this case we will try to read these 3 files alone. How we can do it programmatically? So as I said before, we need to get this file path till this place. Okay, then this value should be incrementally done by a variable. Let us try to do that one. So let us have a for loop container, and as I said before, to store the path till this particular folder along with this particular 00, then we will use this particular, we will store that particular value in a variable. So let us try to create a variable here. This is a new variable. I'm going to keep, so it's file path. Okay, file path, it's a string data type, and let us store that value here. D is not valid for a single, what it says, it's not a single, actually I need to choose string. That's my mistake, that's okay, fine. Now we need to get the counter, so each counter you need to increment, right? So CNT, and let it start from 1. Okay, now what you need to do, so let us configure the for loop task. So the at CNT, so variable is nothing but your you need to define, you need to refer that variable, the CNT, whatever you created, using at symbol. So at CNT is less than or equal to 3. Okay, and what you need to do at the end of the loop, once this loop is completed, what it should happen, less than or equal to 3, it's nothing but we usually increment this count by 1. It can be anything, you can increment by 2 and 1. So basically now what this does, so at the beginning of the loop it will assign one value, that is starting, that is when it is started. Then it will check at the beginning, 1 is less than or equal to 3. Yes, then whatever you define inside this loop, for loop container, that will be evaluated. Can be a simple data flow task, you can be a sending email, whatever. Okay. Then the first condition is true. I mean the condition is true. And then at the end, after completing all the tasks, then at the end, it will check, it will increment the value. Okay, it will increment, now the value will be 2. Then 2 is less than or equal to 3, right? Now again it is true. Then once again it will do the task. That's third time when it checks the 3, and I mean at the end of second loop it will increment value 1 to 3. 3 is less than or equal to 3. Yes, it is true again. Next time after loading 3 files, it will increment the value by 4. 4 is less than or equal to 3. It is false, so it will come out. So that is the logic, right? So we are getting 1, 2, 3 in this counter. So this value, this count should be added to this particular string and then .txt. This is the logic we need to write, and that particular variable we will give it for this file name, right? So let us try to create another variable. This is complete path, then choose string. We need to write expression, so now we are writing expression for the variable itself, right? So here the file path, and then for concatenation you can add a plus symbol here. Then what you need to see here is you are getting this variable, right? When you choose this one, it will prompt you error because this is a string and this is an integer. You see here the CNT is integer, this is a string, so you need to typecast here. So typecast to WSTR, let's say it's going to have anyway one value. Let's give to our some value. Now you can see along with this 0 you are getting 1 here because CNT value is 1. Now after this you need to add the extension, so you are dynamically generating, I have added dot txt. Okay, you are dynamically generating the file name here. You can see 1.txt. Okay, let's click on OK now. So basically the complete path you need to give it as a parameter here, so whichever file it looks through it will have the value. So that particular variable you need to use in your this particular what I'm saying is the inside your path. That is the main agenda, like whatever incremental value that is used somewhere in your process in the loop task, then at the end of the loop the value incremental, what process to be followed, you need to write it here. So let us try to have the data flow task. I will copy it from here. I already created. I don't want to waste your time. So let us move here and then go here. It's a flat file, and it's like a customer loop. That is in 15 we have customer loop, which one I copied. Let us try to check the formula here. User path 1, it's not the one. Complete path, so we need to choose customer for loop only. So customer for loop, okay. Let's try to get that name. And here in the derived column, that is for the path. I hope you remember why we had a path here. So let us try to have the derived column once again. That is to get the complete path name. And where it is, derived column. Let's add it. Let's go here. And we are going to get that the complete path here. Let's store it as a file path. There you go. Let's try to map it. There is some issue since I copied and pasted. That's okay. Delete from here. Now we are done. Now basically what we are going to do, let's see what is the error. Oh, it went. I didn't press OK at that time. Let's do it again. At CNT equal to 1, at CNT less than or equal to 3, and at CNT equal at CNT plus 1. That's it. Okay, this is absolutely fine now. You can see it is fully completed. Let's not have this one over here that is creating a confusion that when I copy and pasted that has got over here. Let me try to choose this info now. That's it. Okay, now we are going to load only these three files, okay, that is happening programmatically using for loop container, as we have filtered 1 2 3. Just running it. 1 2 3. Let us try to see it here. 1 2 3. There is no more files. That's absolutely fine. Let us cross verify it. We don't have data here. Now we can see 1 2, but there is no file path. Let us see what is the issue. Complete path, since I hope we didn't map it here, that path is not loaded. Yes, so file path, let's click OK. Let's run it again. So we have got the data already, these 9 records. Now again another 9 records will come. Now you can see this data has came from second file, this has come from first file, these records came from third file. That is, whichever file path name having value, that is we have run second time. So this is how you can programmatically manage your for loop task. In this session we are going to see about what is event handlers in SSIS. So basically events are a set of actions that happens while running the SSIS integration service package. Like it can be running a execute SQL task. It's not just running. Before that it has a lot of options like pre-execute, post-execute, and whether it's validated or connection string is properly there, and after execution success or failure. So all these things are set of events. So based on certain events you need to trigger something else. So that is what we are going to see in this video. Let's directly jump into a demo. If you are new to this channel, hit the subscribe button and press the bell icon for the notification. We are in SSIS now. So basically, like event handlers, there is a tab 1 2 3 4th tab from here. After control flow, data flow, you have event handlers. There you can see here for each executable, like it is the entire package name. V16 event handlers is the package name. Either you can set the events and what are the different events available. Like as I said before, it is post execute, pre execute, and on progress, on query cancel, task failed. So these are different events when a single task is performing or entire package is performing. Okay, so when what I'm trying to say is, so let us see, like here, from here to here, when it reaches, there is pre-execute tasks are happening. Pre-execute means before execution you need to trigger something else. That is what that event, that when that particular event is happening, you do something else, right? So for those purposes you will go for event handlers. Typically, in normal scenario, on error is the most frequently used, and you might have asked, like, we have already in precedence constraints, you have like a failure on success, on failure you will have one flow, right? But this is absolutely fine when you have a very limited task. When this is failed, you trigger this. When this is failed, you follow the different path. So when it is for a single task, if you are not able to do it, like you have 6 tasks, for each task you cannot have this failure path, right? So the entire package, either any of this particular task failed, you need to simulate something else, right? In those cases you will go for it. See, here you have a provision to set at the package level or individual task level. You can click on it, and then here what event it is, then create it here. So in this case, let us try to create for the entire package for this event handlers. Like, I'm going to create one event handler for this package level. Click on it, then on error, then go here, and it is nothing but it will have another control flow task. Basically, when it happens, what needs to be done, so you are triggering some other control flow task. In this, I want to get one data, like I want to log this error information. For this, I already have this log table created. Let us try to see this table here. Delete from, I already tested it, that's why you have one error. Let's try to delete it. Let's see what is there in here. So what this log table will contain is, like, it contains ID column automatically incremented, and it contains a package name, what package has failed, and what is the error message. Okay, that is what it is. This is the table I have created, and here I want to insert those error messages here, right? So here this table is stored in SSIS demo, and the way we need to write is, like, let us try to write it here. So insert into this one, and then here I will say select question mark comma question mark, because these two values comes from the parameter or the variables I'm defining. This is the way you need to write. Insert into this table and question mark question mark. Let's try to get this code over here. This is the code. See, I am choosing OLEDB, that is why I am marking question mark here. If I am choosing ADO.NET, the way you pass the parameter is different. That will be handled in some other sessions. Now you can see here, when you use OLDB, use question mark to pass the value. So what values it should come? It is the parameter. So go here, add. So similarly, the way we create a parameter, like individual parameters that we create in a variable, it is used to store temporary values. Like that, system variables are there that stores all this information. You can have multiple system variables here. System, the task name, what is the task name, what is the version name, all these things will be dynamically changing based on the execution. So let us try to get that package name. Okay, this system.package name will hold the package name while it is running. When it is failed, this will be passed to our parameter. So this is the parameter name. I can choose the data type. It is string and varchar. Let us try to choose it. And parameter name, it can be anything. You can put 0 or anything is fine. Parameter name. -1 is a default value. And another thing is error message. So error description, and also this is going to be the end worker, and let us name it as parameter name 1, and let us give 500 size, also not an issue. 500. Okay, this is fine. Now what this does, when the error occurs, it will log this data over here, error log. Okay, but basically the error log will be stored in the SSIS integration service catalog once we deploy it, but this is to ensure, like, for you to understand how the event handler works. Okay, now first time I am going to run without creating any error. Okay, so this will not be triggered and there won't be any entry here. Let us try to execute it. There is no records, we have seen it. Now let us try to run it. I don't have any issues here, so it has run. All the package is successful. Even you can see here the package is successful, and we will go and check here. There is no records. Even this is not triggered, right? Now let us try to simulate some error. I will choose OLEDB and say select 1. Instead of select, I will desperately do some mistake. Select 1. This is typically wrong SQL statement, so it will throw error. Now I'm running the package. So this has failed, the package has failed. Now you can go and see the event handlers. This has run now, so it will do the entry over here. You can see the error message. It has captured this package and then got our error message. Execution query of select 1 has failed. So even you can use the same logic over here when you use this package in some other package over here. Okay, I'm choosing it over here. Let us try to choose the different connection over here. And what happened? Local variable error description read access. Okay, we need to choose this package name once again because it's being referred from there. And package name error message, right? What I'm trying to say is I want to simulate this error in another package. That is what I'm trying to do it here. System dot error code. Why? Let's try to get this. Okay. So this is not happening here. Only we need to choose it here. We need to copy and paste it from here. Error log and data flow task. I'm going to paste it. Let's try to choose from here. SSIS demo, parameter mapping, error description. There you go. See, this variable comes in the error log only. Okay, now I want to simulate some error in the v5 package also. Okay, let's try to copy that error code here. That is over here. This will have issue. I mean select of 1, and here I will say 4. Select of 4. Now when I run v5, now you see again this package failed. This has triggered the error log in the another package. Now you can go and see this particular data. Let's try to check it. Select star from this customer info log. What happened? Now this is in SSIS demo. Oh my god, log error, sorry. So now you can see this has simulated the different errors in different places. Like in this package, this has failed, and this package, this is the error message. Whatever error message, it can be failed due to the data type, or it can be anything, right? So those things are captured here. So this is the end objective of your event handlers. Based on different events that happens, it will trigger this particular task. In this you can have another control flow task. we're going to see about execute package task, how it is important in terms of organizing the flow of executions of your packages. Let us try to check in this video. We are in SSIS now, and we know the concept behind the control flows, which control the flow of execution of your task. So you have a package and you have different tasks, and these tasks can be controlled. But I want to control the execution of your packages. Meaning, like, if you till now what we have done is, like, when you want to run it, right, execute this package, you are right clicking either execute package or right clicking a particular task and executing. But I want to control the flow of execution of these packages. What I'm trying to say, assume I need to execute this multi-condition task first, then I need to execute this container second, then followed by precedence constraint. So this should be my logic, right? You have segregated the packages differently, but these packages should be controlled. So how you can do it? For that, we have a task called execute package task. Let us try to see it in this demonstration. I have created a package, right click on package. This I will call it as master controller, whatever you are preferred for, master controller, right? So here what I want to, you should not drag and drop here, just drag and drop this particular task, execute package task, and you need to configure what task to be executed first, okay, while executing the flow of executions. So let us go by whatever we thought. Like here in this you are doing reference, right, project reference or external reference. Most probably it will be a project reference. So external reference means it is out of the project. So project reference, in this project first execute v7 multi-condition. So it will display all the projects or packages available. Choose that one, and if the package exists contains an password, you give that one, and if it contains any parameters, you can configure it. From here you will pass it to the child package. So your master controller access a parent package and this v7 access a child package. Just for simplicity I will put v7, then you put another package, then again one more task. You give the control first, then configure it here as we discussed, v7, then v13, and then I want to execute v11. So next I will go for v13 and press OK. Just rename it to v13, then give a proper name. In your case, for demonstration purpose, I'm not focusing much on the naming convention, then precedence constraint. So here execute v11. So what we have done, so this is the access controlling package that will execute the list of packages, right? So let me save and close all but this. So it will close everything and keep this one. So I will right click here and execute the package. What happens now? So it says cannot communicate with the debug, which I think we need to build it. Build, then execute. So you see here the master controller started the v7 automatically. Then you see v13. It will open up all the packages and start. So this is failed, absolutely fine. Something is failing here, but our end objective is to run these packages, and you can see the parent package also failed. The v11 there was some failure, the remove data table, and it is also failed. So this is how you can control the flow of execution of the packages. So for that you will go for execute package task, and most probably we will use this as controlling the flow of execution, or Either if you want it in part of your one of the packages, you can do it. That is absolutely fine based on your business logics. Next with Nags. In this video, we're going to see about what are different types of transformation in SQL Server Integration Service. So basically, it is broadly classified into synchronous and asynchronous, and also we can also able to classify it as blocking, non-blocking, and semi-blocking. So these are different types of classification we can do. Single, basically a transformation. Okay, it's not about a control flows. A single transformation in the control flow, that is data flow transformation. And let us try to understand what is synchronous and asynchronous means. Synchronous means the output of a synchronous component uses the same buffer as the input. Say for example, you are getting an input for a transformation. Assume it's a copy column, and the copy column gets the input, and it will throw the same number of rows, right? And it can use the same buffer as the input in the output buffer. So that is what reusing of the input buffer is possible, because output of the synchronous component always contain exactly same number of records as the input. So number of records in equal to number of records out, meaning the same example, the copy column, if you get 100 records, the output will have 100 records with a new column. So it can use the same buffer and include the new column there. So that is what a synchronous component is all about. In case of asynchronous component, the output of the asynchronous component uses the new buffer. Why? Because if you do a transformation of your data, then you cannot use the same buffer as the input buffer, because best example is aggregate, where you get 100 records in as an input to the aggregate transformation. Then in that, the output can be 10 records or 20 records, right? So it's not possible to reuse the input buffer, because the asynchronous component can have more or less output records than the input records. So the same buffer used while extracting the data cannot be used in the asynchronous component. So these are the two classifications of your transformations. So then what is blocking and non-blocking? So you need to understand this concept at synchronous and asynchronous. So it will be very easy to classify a blocking or non-blocking or semi-blocking transformations. So non-blocking means, so it is like streaming transformations. These I mean to say, streaming means the data is flowing through the transformation, are calculated in memory and do not require any data from outside resources to transform the data. Basically, the it is synchronous transformation. Okay, so the non-blocking, the first one here is non-blocking. It doesn't require any other output memory or output processes. It just gets the data and process it, I mean transform it, and sends back as an output. So this is the non-blocking transformations. Okay, so most of the transformations like derived column, copy column, all those things are non-blocking, and it can be considered as a synchronous non-blocking transformations. We have a second category here, semi-blocking asynchronous transformation. Why? Because it requires subset of data to be collected before they can be sent to a destination. The meaning like it cannot do on its own. I mean the input buffer, and it while doing the transformation, so only the sampling data is can be processed, then only the output can be sent. Subset of data can be processed and sent. So this kind of operation, the shape of data can change. so pivoting, so those kind of things comes under semi-blocking. We are going to see what kind of transformations are semi-blocking in the next slide. We will see that. Fully blocking asynchronous, so which is the slowest because they require all the data to be pulled from the source before they can be sent to a destination. So all source data must be loaded into memory first. So why I'm saying all this classification, you need to choose appropriate transformation. You need to avoid fully blocking transformations because it requires all the data pulled, then only the transformation occur. So let us see what are the transformations or how we can classify the transformations first. Then we can see what are the transformations classified as non-blocking, semi-blocking and fully blocking. Now it's a summarized version of it, synchronous or asynchronous. So all your non-blocking transformations are synchronous. When it is semi-blocking or fully blocking, it is asynchronous, meaning the output buffer cannot be use the input buffer. You have one copy column and the input buffer and output buffer are remains same, then it is non-blocking. There are some transformations that cannot use the your input buffer because the output records will change, or number of rows will change, the columns may increase. So these kind of things are considered as asynchronous. So these two are asynchronous. So as I said before, number of rows equals number of rows output. This is true, but here it is false. Then must read all input before they can output. No need in these two cases because you see here you have assume you have 1 million records, so it can process 1,000 rows first or 10,000 rows first, then process that record. The output will be sent, then it is non-blocking. Or a semi-blocking, some cases it will allow, and it is the same case. So you have 1 million record and every 10,000 records it will process and send to the output. This is possible. Where in case of fully blocking, you see data should be fully read before it got transformed to its output. Example is aggregate. So you cannot aggregate the data without reading all the data. You will miss some of the outputs, right? Say for example you have 1 million record and you want to group by location. In location you have 10 records, so at the end from the 1 million record you are going to get only 10 location records. So it has to read all the 1 million records before processing. So this is what fully blocking. So this is what must read all the input. Yes, in this case it should read all the input, so all your input going to reside in the memory, so it is very risky. New buffer created, false. For this, no new buffer. For these two, new buffer is created. New thread created, false, usually true. Then here also true. Thread means the processing flow. Let us try to summarize what are the different transformations. So let us try to see most of the transformations are non-blocking. No need to worry about it. But some transformations when you use, it will be blocking or semi-blocking. So what it is, so now you see the copy column, data conversion, derived column, these are the transformation we have already seen. Multicast, row count, export column, import column, slowly changing dimension, these are non-blocking transformations, meaning the number of input rows same, output rows will be same, but the thing is what happens, it uses the same buffer. Input buffer hold 10,000 records, output buffer can hold the 10,000 records. The same buffer can be used for the output also. That is what a non-blocking. Then semi-blocking, you can see the merge join, where it will read all the, it cannot work in a single flow. It has to get some other external or some other flows to do it, and your output records also different in case of pivot and unpivot. So these are semi-blocking, and your output records may be different and it cannot use the same input buffer. Whereas blocking transformation, you see aggregate, fuzzy grouping, sort. Sort is also a blocking transformation where you need to get all the records, then only you need to sort it. You need to get all records, then only you need to aggregate. So these are the different kinds of transformations and categorized in non-blocking, semi-blocking and blocking. So let us try to see it in SSIS package. We are in SSIS package now, and let us try to open this transformation and check quickly. Here you have a source and you have a destination. What do you mean by input buffer and output buffer? See, while SSIS is executing, assume there are 1 million records, and it will try to fetch in whatever buffer size it try to fit in this particular task, right? It will fetch 10,000 records at a time, and it will process the entire 10,000 records and store it in the, load it in the destination. So this is what input buffer, and when it goes here, the output buffer should use the same input buffer. This is what I mean. So these transformation, data conversion, derived column, copy column uses the same rows as the number of output column. Output rows same as the input rows. So it will use the same buffer what input buffer uses. That is what I mean. Whereas in case of sort column, you can see all the data to be fetched. You have 1 million records. Assume you don't have sort. So these 1 million records will be processed based on the buffer size. So once it fetches 10,000 records, all the 10,000 records will be passed through this phase. Then next 10,000 records will be passed through. Whereas when you use sort, so first you have 1 million records and only 10,000 records will be fetched. Then it will block here. Next set of 10,000 records will be fetched, then it will be blocked here. So it requires all the 1 million records to be fetched before sorting. So it is blocking the transform. It is a blocking transformation. That is what we meant. Okay, let us try to run this task and see what happens. Now I hope there is no 1 million records here, just we have very few records, so it will fetch in a single buffer. So I'm trying to run it. I enable data viewer here as well as after the sort, and let's see what happens now. So I started execution. So there are, now you can see what happened. Click it, that's okay. Now let us try to go through this package. Now you can see 8161 total records available in the sources, only this much. So it will be fetched in a single buffer. So it is turned into green. Now you can see the same buffer is used. That is why you have same rows of records. Whereas in sort column, so when you have more records, okay, the buffer is only 8169 and there is no more records. So it fetched, it get passed, so it is stopped now. Data viewer, we are viewing this record, so it is not yet gone here, it is still processing. Okay, so when you have more records, say for example another buffer, so another buffer will fetch all these records and it will stop here. So it will keep on fetching all the buffers and stop here. That is what I'm trying to make. So this is blocking and these are not blocking. Okay, I hope you understand the concept behind non-blocking, blocking and semi-blocking transformations, and you need to avoid this blocking transformation whenever it's possible. Let's try to see the performance improvements in our next videos. In this video, we're going to see about how to improve the performance of your SQL Server integration service packages. Let us try to see it in a demo. So we already aware of this kind of transformations. Let me tell you why I have this slide in seeing the demo. If you are new to this channel, hit the subscribe button and press the bell icon for the notification. Okay, we have a package here, and the performance improvement can be achieved in two level. I mean, one is at the control flow task and another at the data flow task. So let us begin with control flow task. So there is no much performance improvement can be achieved in the control flow task. The only thing what you can do is you can enable the parallelism. So you can see here this package, this task run in a parallel. So if you execute the task in the parallel, then your performance will be much faster. But too much of parallelism also causes issue. It depends upon how much buffer size or size you allocated for SSIS. So be bear with that, and you can see here some properties you can enable over here is like maximum concurrent executables. So this is -1, meaning the default maximum concurrent executables. So you can change it to 10 or 20. It depends. So I hope it is -1 means 10 concurrent executions. So this value we need to carefully change it. So this is the only thing in control flow where you can enable the parallelism. And in case of data flow task, here you can do multiple things. One is at the source level, another at the transformation level, and one at the target, while loading into the destination. So let's begin with the source. What are the things you can improve? Basically, instead of directly choosing this table, you can start writing the query. So here you can start writing a query. So don't use drop down directly, because you can select whatever columns you want. Here you can see a lot of columns here. Assume you have 20 columns. You need only 4 columns to be loaded in the target. So try to write those 4 columns. Select column 1, column 2 from this table. That is what you need to do it here. And choose the appropriate data types for your processing. When it is from database, no worries, it is directly fetched from the database metadata. But when it comes to files, you need to choose appropriate data types, and try to avoid this blocking transformation. So this is another important factor. Like what are the blocking transformation we have? Aggregate, sort. As we know, when it is blocking, it will slow down the performance. So these kind of sorting, when it is SQL, you can do it at the source level itself, right? In the SQL itself. So this is what I want to highlight. Then at the target level, there is other transformations like OLDB command, where you can see here OLDB command. What it does is like it runs OLDB commands, right? Calling a procedure for each row. Assume you have 10,000 rows. For each row, it will pass this, it will call this procedure. That will definitely slow down your performance. So those kind of transformation you need to avoid. Finally, coming to the target, always ensure you have this table view fast load option that will quickly load the data, and also use the table log, so it will log the table and it will do the processing very fastly. Then one last thing is like you have some constraints or indexes created. Indexes will slow down the performance of insert. So what you can do is, for this target table, you can drop the index first and then insert it, then recreate the index at the next step in the execute SQL task. Thus, this way you can improve the performance of your insert. And you can increase the buffer size. When you click on the data flow task and properties, you can see these properties over here. Default buffer max rows. It will fetch 10,000 rows in the buffer, each buffer. Then the default buffer size is 10 MB, I think. So these things you can change. And there is a feature here, auto adjust buffer size. When it sets to true, it will auto adjust based on the volume of data it is fetching. So this is about the task level, and we have already seen of the control flow task level. If in this video we're going to see about what is integration service, server, and catalog. So basically we know SSIS, whatever we working on SSIS, but we have a server for integration services where it can host all the developed packages in a single place so that you can manage it there, and from there you can schedule it regularly. Let us try to understand much about it in our video. So let's start with the definition. So basically it is after you design and test your packages in SQL Server data tools, you can deploy the projects that contain the packages to the integration services server. So basically you developed your ETL packages that reads from source and transform the data and load it in a target, and you did it manually, and this solution file resides in your local file, and it has to be deployed in a centralized place called integration service server. So what is SSIS DB? So it's SSIS DB catalog is a central point of working with integration services projects that you have deployed to the integration service server. So basically this is the place, the container, it holds the thing. So you need to have an integration service server, and inside that you have a catalog or database. You have a two database that will manage us. I mean, you have a database, not a two database. You have a SSIS DB database that will hold all these objects that you deploy. That is the core logic behind SSIS integration server and catalog. So let us see that same thing diagrammatically, where you see here you deploy the project underneath. You have a different packages, and one of the key concept you need to go for is like environmental reference. You can create a different environment, and for each environment your server name will differ. So in that case you need to configure your projects or packages that will read from the environmental variable, right? So that we will take it little later, but this is the main purpose you will go for it, for integration service catalog. I mean, this is one of the main purpose basically. Let us try to see it how it works in our video. If you are new to this channel, hit the subscribe button and press the bell icon for the notification. We are in SSIS solution file. We have this package, and we are already familiar with this structure. Like, these are the packages. Underneath you have project, right? This entire thing is called project. So for that you need to build and keep this one ready, and what you are doing is the entire project is called a spec file, integration service package file, and you're going to deploy this entire project with all these packages in the SSIS DB. Let us try to create one. This is my integration service installed in my system, and I need to create a catalog that will hold the all the objects, right? So for that you need to have some password. Let me give one. Okay. Password you type do not match. um, to create and use catalog must be enabled, and okay, I didn't type the password again. That is the issue, not an issue. Okay, now once you typed it, you can see here one DB is created here, as well as another DB is created. You see here SSIS DB. Now you can check the timing, the properties. It is recorded in 22 2000. So we are in SSIS now, where you can see here we have SSIS packages and we have a project. We need to build it. Let me rebuild it so that it will read all the changes that again, I mean, it will redeploy, rebuild all the objects. So now we got this is spec file. So spec file is integration service package file, and this is what we are going to store it in the SSIS DB. So where this exists, so it resides in SQL Server only. You have here the server. You can see here nothing is there like SSIS DB or some objects. So you can see one of the item here like integration service catalog. So basically your SQL server should have the integration services server installed, and that will have option to create catalogs. So we are going to create one catalog and give a password for it. I will retype my password, and please notice that there is no database right now with SSIS DB. So now as soon as you create okay, here you see SSIS DB, you can see here some new database created. So basically all the packages that you're going to deploy will be stored here, right, in SSIS and all the activities and all the objects are tracked here. You see here what is the catalog, executables, everything will be displayed here, right? So let us try to walk through it what it is, and then we will understand. Now you see this is my server name and this is my integration service catalog. Let us try to deploy this package. How to deploy? As we already built it, if you haven't built it, just build it again, build, then right click here, deploy. So you are deploying this entire package in that server. Let us go by next. It's asking this will store SSIS project in this SSIS DB hosted by SQL Server. This is our option. Even we have SSIS in Azure Data Factory also. If you have Azure Data Factory SSIS combination, you choose this. For our case, we'll go for it. Then you type the server name. In my case, it is my local system, so I will let me put dot for it. In your case, you provide your actual server name. That is absolutely fine in my case right now. So what happened? Let us try to connect. This is my server and I have Windows authentication. I have everything over there. Then choose the path. Okay, then click here. Then you can create a new name if you want. I'm going to deploy in this folder so that it will be organized. So AWN demo, analytics with Nags demo. In this folder you deploy it, just give a name, click on next, deploy. So that's it. So what we did is like we have this project that contains 10 to 12 packages that is deployed here. Now just click and refresh, you can see some folder appearing. Let us try to minimize this. So now you can see underneath you have one folder that is AWN demo. Inside that you will find the project. So as I said before, this is the name with the project name. So the project name appears here, and underneath you have packages. So all these packages will appear here. So instead of running from here, right, when you can see what is this v10 file system process, right? So v10 file system process, this will when you run it, you can right click and run it here, right? Instead you can go here. Once you deployed, you can right click and execute here. So whoever have access to run this package, they can able to run it, right? So this is the main purpose of this integration service catalog. Now you can see this package is succeeded, all the task, what happened, everything is documented here. And you can also see here in the database, in the SSIS DB, you will find some records here, internal.executables, what happened to this task. So now you can see v10 system task, this is the package name, and this is the executable, is nothing but different task, right? Inside that, execute process dot update customer, you can see all these names here: update customer, execute process dot data flow task, remove the table data. So each and every item is logged here, what happened, everything will be tracked using this SSIS DB. So this is the main objective of your integration service catalogs and integration service server. In this video, we're going to see about what is SQL Server Agent Jobs. We have gone through how to create packages using data tools and then deployed it in SQL Server Integration Services. When you want to run the job, you have to go to SQL Server Integration Service, manually right click and execute it, a particular package. But in my case, I want to run it at every day 9 a.m. and it should happen automatically. Or say for example, every day twice, morning 9 a.m., evening 9 p.m. So how to configure this automatically, and it can be done by some kind of scheduler, right? So the SQL Server agent job does the same purpose. Let us try to create one SQL Server agent job and schedule one of the packages and see in this video. If you are new to this channel, hit the subscribe button and press the bell icon for the notification. So we already deployed this package, which is SSIS intro, which is available here. So we have SQL Server agent, so you need to ensure it is installed in your server, and SQL Server agent. Now you can see some red dot here which indicates it is not running, so I don't want it to run, so that I have not initiated the service to run automatically. So to enable it, go to the services.msc, then go to SQL Server, and you can see the job, it is not running. So start it, ensure that it is working fine, so because it runs as a separate services, right? Now you can see a green symbol here. So let us try to create a job. Now you can see the different options. We'll go for a simple job, run new job, then I will say execute package, execute AWN schedule, something like that. And steps you need to configure. The first step is to call one package, right? Call for us, as we already seen, either we can call this control package, sorry, this is master controller package, that will call different packages, or you can do one after the other. What I'm trying to say is, first I need to call this v6, then I need to call v5, okay, assume like that, then I will go for the master controller. So this is what my requirement. So what I will do, so call v5, then you have different things you can configure using the job. It is not only meant for executing SSIS packages. You can see all these operations it can perform, like executing SQL, TSQL, command, or integration service, packages, analysis services, queries. So there are a lot, you can go through it. In our case, we'll go for SQL service packages. And you see here what agent service, using this agent service account we need to run this job. Now SSIS catalog, in this which server, in my case dot, that is my local server, and you provide your server name. When you provide, it will list whatever packages exist here, so choose that package, that is v6, then click on OK. So I have called this package, and this is the first step in my job. I can add another step, like call V6. Okay, this is the step. I'll go for it. Just put this, repeat the step. I will do it fast. So in this case V5 or V7, whatever I said, the V6, right? Let's go for it. Call V6. So V5 and V6 I have called it. And you can also set some of the options here, what should happen, right? When it is failed, what should happen? Go to the next step, or quit the job reporting success, quit the job reporting failure. Let us try to keep this one. What it's saying on success, quit the job, it is false. I mean, it should be say like quit the job. On failure, always it should be quitting the job, or even if it is failure, what should happen? So it is similar to how you set your controls in the SSIS package control for precedence. Now I will say quit the job reporting success, like that. Okay, even it's failure, quit the job reporting success on success. So just for information, I'm saying what you can do. Okay, on success action, on failure action, quit the job reporting failure, I will say go to next step. Even it's failed, go to the next step, instead of saying like it is failed and stopping here. So this kind of configuration you can make. It is, but it is nowhere connected to whatever you are configuring, but the concept remains same. What should happen if it is success, go here, failure, go here, like that configuration you can do it here as well. Okay, and so I have run these packages v5 first and v6 second. Then I can also call this master controller. So you can also include this master controller, which can call all the packages. So you might have asked me why you are calling one by one, and use, and also you can, instead you can call this particular master controller. It is absolutely fine. This is for your demonstration. If you have only a master controller, instead of calling one by one here, you just call the master controller. And in our case, you can see v5 v6, and master controller is calling v7 v13 v11. So we can call these three together in a single job or single step. Let us call that master controller here. Step name, call master. So it is how you configure based on your requirement. Okay, so this is what I will go for calling master controller here. Where it is control flow. I think you see here I didn't deploy it after creating it. So let us try to deploy it. This master controller doesn't exist in my SSIS catalog. So let us deploy it. So you should not get shocks when you didn't find it. You just need to understand what is happening. Then you can able to fix the issues easily. So I deployed it. Let us try to go to the job. Oh my god, I think I closed it. Let us try to create a job again. JWN SSIS call. Let me go through it quickly. In this case, this time we will go for v5 only. Integration service, okay, dot v5 AWN demo, then v5. Then I will call the master package. Now master controller or whatever, that would dot. Now you can see here the master controller package. There you go. Okay, now this is fine. Now after you add whatever steps and just configuring these options, you can go and schedule it. So this time I will say execute every 9 a.m. job. Just make it simple, 9 a.m. job. So recurring, and you can set different things. It should run daily, occurs every 1 day. So at the end you can read it clearly. Occurs every day at what time? So here I will say 09 a.m. right? So 09 which is in 24 hours format, so occurs at 9 a.m. and starting date is today, and it has no end date. And you can set someday like end after 1 month, you can set it here. That is fine. In my case, it's going to be continuous, and go for it, right? Let's press OK. Then press try to run this job now. And as we already know, we have seen here we have scheduled at 9 a.m. Instead of running it manually, I mean, I will run once manually, then I will schedule it at 1 minute after this time. Then we will see it how it works. Now I've run it manually, and when I schedule it, how it works. So now it is success. Now let us try to see the progress. You can see the progress here, like this particular package, I mean that this particular job is running two tasks. One is v5 and master packages, and both are success, and each took total of 5 seconds. It is not even 5 seconds, I think. This is 2 seconds, and this is 3 seconds, total 5 seconds. So this is how you can check it. I run it manually. This time we can create another schedule. Let us see the timing now. So let us try to schedule 5:29. Okay, I mean 15:29. Then we will see how it works, right? Let me go to this job and schedule. We need to schedule it quickly before uh, just test. So occurs daily, 1 day, then 15:29. Okay, that's it. Now let us see this works are fine or not. We need to wait for 30 seconds, because now you can see there are two schedules. One is 9 a.m. and this schedule runs as 15:29, and we have 15:28 and 30 seconds to more, and we will see one more task has run. Now you can see only one here. Now I'm not doing anything. When you schedule it, it will do automatically. So let us wait for another 10 seconds. There you go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So this time it should be started. Let us go and see the history here. There you go. You see the symbol, it is currently running. I didn't do anything, it is automated. So in this way you can automate it, and you can see the progress here. And when you refresh it, it might have finished because the job is very quick. Now you can see it is done. So every day it will run at this time. So you can schedule different schedule time based on your availability or requirement, basically. So I hope you understand the concept behind SQL Server Agent. We have reached the end of this course, SQL Server Integration Services end-to-end video, and I hope you have enjoyed this along with me. Only thing I request from you is like share this channel with your friends and colleagues, as this channel contains $1,000 or 75,000 INR worth free content available in this single channel. If you like this video, hit the thumbs up button and comment below for queries. Do remember that data is your asset.